better. Let the stream keep being light for those that are still in the dark, addiction, mental illness. And let this be a gathering place full of love, understanding, and peace. And thank you, God, for another day clean over. Please get me through this. I'm not myself, and give me the wisdom and the courage and strength to get through this live stream. Let me share my experience, strength, and hope with those that need it, that they are not alone. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen. Oh, I'm telling you. I'm not feeling. I'm. I just need the strength to get through this. And all that. Well, that's a good way to start a live stream. By a cat vomiting.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Favor by giving him those treats. And this is how he repays that favor.
Anyway. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, this is Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. How's it going? It's Wednesday. It's Hump Day, and I made it to Hump Day, and so did you, make it to my live stream. Cyber Love Hug! Let's go. Cyber Love Hug! Well, hello, El Pena. How are you? Welcome to the Queen's Life Brigade, where anything can happen. All right, guys. I want to thank each and every one of you being here. This is sort of like an important live stream for me. I am not myself. Right now I have heartburn, which is not good. But anyway, I haven't been on for the past 3 days. And first of all, learn how to spell demonic. Like they say, not today, Satan, right? Anyway, I was in the hospital, in the ER, 3 times in 3 days. It's because of my back and my panic attacks and I still don't feel right. I feel very shaky. I don't know what's going on with me. I think what triggered all of this was the death of Hayden Panettiere. I spoke about Hayden Panettiere. Now, she was an actress on the show Nashville. She was on another show called Heroes. I used to love Nashville and stuff. And a few months ago, I did a live stream out back, and I actually spoke as a voice of wisdom. Anyway, I spoke about her story about her giving up her daughter. Well, one of the consequences of my addiction was losing custody of my kids. My daughter got adopted out of the family. We still had contact with her, even though Jersey does not have an open adoption. And right now, I'm estranged from her. She chose to shut the door on me because I was toxic. I pray every day that we come together again and be reunited. So, the other day, hi Seppo, how are you? Hi Bill. I saw a post on X saying 3 months when she was on a podcast, the Jay Hetty podcast. He's like a guru type thing. All right. I think he's full of crap. Anyway, so the post said, well, yeah, she did this interview and in 3 months she's dead. I said, what do you mean she's dead? And I looked her up and yeah, she died. I said, right off the bat, I said she died of an overdose. Thanks, Jerry. Thanks for being here again. It's been a while since I've been on, like 3 days, and I've been through a hell of a time with my emotions, with my back pain, and all that. So, thank you for being here. I want to say this too. I appreciate each and every one of you that show up here. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. Even the trolls, I do. You know. No, I don't have a dog. So, I saw the post about Hayden Panettiere. Of course, I go down that rabbit hole. And not much was being said about it because it just was breaking news. Well, she did die of an overdose because there was a Narcan syringe in another room on a bed or whatever. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories and all that. So I don't care about the conspiracy theories. She's dead, okay? And it gutted me. It gutted me. But for the grace of God go I. That should have been me. And here I am dealing with what I have to deal with my back, my panic attacks, driving Jim nuts. And I'm going to say this. He has a right to be frustrated, but sometimes when and he's in the other room, by the way, it's like he tries everything to make me happy, okay, and to make me feel comfortable and loved and all that. I know I said you're still in the other room, and he has a right to be frustrated because every time I go into this panic mode or whatever mode I'm in, he already knows it's coming. Oh, we're going to go to the hospital, right? To the rinky-dink hospital. I say that with endearment. And Sunday night, bam. I talked to the crisis line that was available to me through my mental health center. I talked to her for like maybe 45 minutes or whatever, and all that, and she even said, "Well, why don't you go to ER and just get things checked out?" So he knew what was coming, but I know he was thinking, it's the money. I have no insurance. There's we're trying to get that. I'm still having a hard time. With doing this live stream. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. Thanks for being here. We went to the ER, and they all know me. Unfortunately, they became part of my family in a way. Hi, Valentina. Tina, sorry. I find you really cool. Your live really is comforting, especially since my boyfriend broke up with me today. We dated for 3 years. Oh, I'm sorry, Valentina. Here, let me give you a cyber love hug, okay? Cyber love hug! That's rough. And you know what? What's going to happen is you go through a grieving process because it's a death of something. Way to scare the crap out of me with the thumbnail. Well, It's not clickbait. It's not okay. It's not. I was in the ER 3 times this week. And I made it to hump day. And I still don't feel right. Okay? I still feel this, and I don't know what it is. But I think what really set me over the edge was the death of Hayden Pantier. Okay? I appreciate you, Dishpan. I really do. And wait a minute. Cyber love hug to Dishpan. Hey, Joe. Benny, what's up, my love? Well, everything. Everything's up. The ceiling, the sky, the stars, the planets. I expected to see you in the hospital. Glad you were okay. I didn't mean anything. I know. You just heard the sickest funny joke. All right, say it, Joe. I think we all need a laugh right now. Be honest with you. I know I need a laugh. I've been just so, you know what I mean? Jim! This man says, are you here? J-Man, are you here?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I was away from the phone. I was playing guitar. But hey, Dish, what's up? Glad to see you.
Just want to just say face hi. You know, just say hi.
Hey, Dish, how's it going?
Say everybody.
I like my hair. I don't think I combed it today. So hey, what's up, everybody? I meant in the chat some. There.
No, I didn't see the joke. Thank you. He's smart. He hates being on camera. I think for me, he's like, yeah, I'll do it because just to make her happy. He tries to make me happy, and wait a minute, hold on. No, I didn't see it because it's just. All right, so Joe said, you remind me of my little toad. Sooner or later, I'm going to bang you on a table. I'm married, though. Now, back in the day, believe me, I did stuff on the pool table, on a, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They said during sex you burn off as many calories as you run 8 miles. Who the hell runs 8 miles in 30 seconds? It's hump day. Things get crazy, right? Believe me, when you have sex with somebody, when you actually make love to somebody, it's a beautiful experience. It really is, you know, because it's the most intimate moment between two people, you know. A man in a hotel lobby turns to go to the front desk, but accidentally runs into a woman beside him, and he bumps into her breast. They are both quite startled. Yeah, I wasn't ready for this chat. I gotta start smoking cigarettes again. Hi Sal, how you doing? In other news, you guys, the Queen's Light Brigade, we have 650,000 views. Or no, 600. What was it? Yeah. Thanks for redirecting me. This. Sometimes I need a little bit more of a misdirection. Can you tell I'm all serious and stuff like that? I'm not like, yeah. It probably will progress. All right, so before I heard about the Hayden Panettiere incident, on Sunday night, I called my crisis line that's run through my mental health community center. I was talking to a girl for 45 minutes, and I even gave her a cyber hug. And she's like, oh my God, I can actually feel the energy. Because I told her about my stream and everything else and stuff. She said, oh, that's pretty cool. And before we left, I said, let me give you a cyber love hug. And she's like, wow, that's just so different. Well, a couple of hours passed, and I ended up in rinky-dink Hick Hospital. And they all know me and stuff. They says, oh, it's your back pain again, your panic attacks, whatever. And they just gave me a narco and prednisone. Prednisone is a steroid and stuff. That was it. I was there for 15 minutes, and they just give me that, and I felt better. My back felt better. I was out most of the night or whatever. And then I saw the story about Hayden Panettiere. I was just gutted, and all these thoughts were running through my head and whatever. I went to bed and all that. So, 33 Third State says, hey, Rocky Queen. Sorry, I haven't been in for a bit. I've really been busy at work because it's summer and I work in a restaurant. Don't worry about it. No, I'm not. Don't say no. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to say this, and thanks, David, for the compliment, but I'm not a legend. I'm not. I'm not. But for 33rd State and Davey, let me give you a cyber love hug real quick. Cyber love hug! Ha ha. I've been called worse, Davey. Not what you're smoking. When people sucker punch other people, that usually means they're cowards and they're wusses. Okay? It's really being passive aggressive. That's what it is. So, thanks, May. I want those glasses for the next rave. What's up, Matthew? How's it going? Hi, Carrie. What's up? Rocklahoma, where the winds come sweeping down the plains. How you doing? How you love the heat? Yeah, I know, 108. I wasn't about to go out there live streaming. I think it would have just broke my mental health. You know what? I can't wait until September, like fall. You know? So what do you do? Let me ask you this. What do you do in 100-degree weather in Oklahoma? You just sit and watch YouTube all day or wait in the waiting room at an ER. Whatever, you know. Watering your plants. What kind of plants? We have no green thumb around here. We have maybe one plant that comes up and it just dies because of too much sunlight. Well, you know what? You'll be my designated drinker, May. How about that? Hi, Ron. How are you? So May's going to be my designated drinker. For those that don't know me, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. And the only reason why I stream is to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can have a better life without the drugs and alcohol and manage their mental illness in one way or the other. Yeah, wait, here, cheers. Java Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rocket queen. Hell yeah. Pink. There. This is my poison. Oh, happy birthday! Here, hold on, let me give you hold on. Cyber, happy birthday, love hug! You want me to sing happy birthday to you? Alright, I'll do that, right? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to you. And many more. There. Only good vibes. That's right. This is what the Queens Light Brigade's all about. It's about getting together, not worrying about the world, and all that, just having a good time. And if you guys are struggling with drugs and alcohol, I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And I still go through my depression, anxiety attacks, my back pain. Yes, David, yes. Well, I love you. My husband was stationed in Germany, in Nuremberg, back in 1985. Hi, fish. Yeah, it's 3 ER visits in 3 days. I still don't feel the same. I still don't feel like myself. You know, and it's all because of my back pain, my panic attacks, and all that. Please have your thoughts and prayers go out to my husband because he needs the strength to deal with me. I never graduated during high school. Nope. Actually, my husband that passed away 15 years ago graduated in 1971. True story. I think what really triggered it was the Hayden Panettiere situation. Here, Cyber Love Hug to fishing. I love you, fishing, you know that. What's up, fire? We're spreading the wildfire once again. There's a lot of good music that came out in 1971. You weren't trolling, me. You weren't trolling. Believe me, I've had a lot worse. Unfortunately. I love you. Daniel, enjoy your night. I'm trying. I'm having a hard time just being myself on here like I usually am. I want to troll a sweet lady like you. Thanks. Believe me, May, if you only knew the trolls I get. But the joke's on them. Because it pushes the algorithm. You know what I mean? So, hey. Like they say, there is a silver lining in dark clouds, right? I'm glad to be back on here. I think I needed it. I think I needed it more than you needed me. Be honest with you. Jim wasn't mentioning anything about streaming or whatever. I don't do this for the money. And what you get here is genuine. And what you're going to see here is the good, the bad, the ugly cry, the insanity, funny. Thanks, Fire. Cyber Love Hug, huh? Cyber Love Hug! I think what's been really going on with me, I don't want you to feel bad for me. I don't want you to pity me. This is life. This isn't about me. The Queen's Life Brigade's not about me. It's about a group of people that are like-minded and they want to help each other, whether if they're struggling with drugs or alcohol or mental illness, or they just want to just get away from the negativity, the white noise, getting sucked in the darkness. It's not about me. But I think a lot of things have been weighing on me and all that. But everybody has their struggles. Let's put the word human back into humanity and back into the world. Because it's getting to singularity. You know what that means? With all this automated stuff, like if you want to make a doctor's appointment or you want to call the cable company to fix a bill or whatever, it's always automated. It's no human. I think people are really sick and tired of, just the AI slop. And yeah, I do create AI stuff and whatever, and I try to make it fun. I don't try to make it very weird or whatever. It's just, but I think everybody's getting sick of the internet. Everybody's at their breaking point. I think for a while, I couldn't get used to it. I know you're worried about both your children. They are just having a rough time. They'll come around. They will find the light. Yeah, I think that's what set the whole thing off. Like I said, after I came home from the ER, I was feeling pretty good. My back was, and I saw that story about Hayden Panettiere, and I guess I was thinking about Christy, and especially Sean, because he's just existing. He's going through the throes of addiction with meth and fentanyl, and God knows what else. And I think that just got got me to spiral down. My back pain doesn't help either. You know? So the next day happened on Monday, and I got up, I got sick to my stomach, I was just like, oh, panic again. And Jim was gonna get my medication. And all that. And so oh no. That was all right. So the second day and stuff, I was the same way. She's a fighter woman. She make the impossible cheer and thank you for helping people. The world needs people like you. Hi, Slaw. How are you? Slaw Mo. And it's just, I'm gonna say this. It's not just for my kids. It's for a lot of people that are struggling with drugs and alcohol and with people with mental illness. So please have your thoughts and prayers go out. And maybe it's you that's going through something. If you're struggling with drugs, alcohol, or depression, or anxiety, or whatever, say in the chat. Well, that's just nice. Hi, Tara, how are you? Well, congratulations. I hope you went to a meeting right after you got out. Let me give you a... Hold on. Tara. Cyber love hug. Keep on keeping on. Don't be complacent. Because believe me, you know, your devil on that shoulder is tapping you saying, see, all right, we made it through 30 days. Now let's see what we can do now, old friend. Well, good. Good for you. I am proud of you. I am proud of you because a lot of people don't take suggestions when they're in detox or rehab. I know I was a chronic relapser and all that, and I hope that you're doing this for yourself. Hold on. Because when I went through all my rehabs and detoxes and whatever, I was doing it for everybody else. I was doing it for my mom, my kids, the judge, probation, or whatever. But once I did it for myself, everything just clicked. And I know it gets overwhelming. Getting clean and sober sucks. Because you don't know if you're coming or going. You know, it's like, well, all right, I did this, but, you know, now I have to really put the work in. You know, like find yourself a sponsor. Go find a home group where you go regularly every week. Get numbers. Numbers are important. You know, do 90 and 90. Right after you just got out, do 90 and 90. And I don't care how boring it gets, or you're just like, just there, maybe at a speaker meeting, and it goes in one ear and out the other. Same here. Same here. But unfortunately, some addicts have to die for others to live. To learn from them. But for the grace of God go I. Just like with that Hayden Panettiere Ellad. I know she was an actress, it's a whole different world and stuff, but, you know, she spoke openly about her mental health and her addiction also. You know what I mean? Tara's like, thank you for your encouragement. I'm gonna be sober this time for me. Focus on yourself too. I don't know if you're married, I don't know what your relationship status is, but focus on yourself. Get to know you. You know, that's what the steps are there for too. That's why having a sponsor is so important. So when you work the steps, you can talk to your sponsor about it. Fish says, I had to hit rock bottom a few times, one day at a time. Yep, that's all we have is one day at a time. 24 hours a day, just for today. And believe me, when I was going through what I was going through for the past 3 days, I still don't feel like myself. I don't. And Firebrand Brain says, I began smoking weed at 18 years old, and now I have a 40-year-old, and I wouldn't stop, but it is not easy. My best friend died 2 months ago. 55 years old. I'm thinking to change my lifestyle. Hi, Josh. Thanks for being here. My biggest monsters are my back pain and my depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. With my drug addiction, knock on wood, you know, I'm very vigilant about my recovery. And my recovery is number one above all else. And they know it in the ER. And, you know, thanks, Josh. Forget about your stoner friends. They don't want you to succeed. Had to find that the hard way. So I moved and started a new life for myself. That's right. Let me.
Oh, really? Bastards.
I know it tumbled down.
What? What did? Where's that off of?
I don't know. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, so.
What the hell?
He's going through issues because the cat tumbled a lot of things down, but sorry about that. It's like those friends thought I was better because I was clean, just stronger, and wanted to change. People, places, and things. You had to change everything. It's not just one thing or the other. You have to change a lot about your lifestyle. And it can become overwhelming. Okay? No, I didn't relapse. No. Very strong in my recovery, and no. Thanks, Uncle. I love you too. No, listen. If that ever happened and stuff, I told Jim, and I told my counselor, and I told my team, and I told everybody around me. If that were to happen, if I was that close to relapsing and stuff, because to me, it's a slow suicide. And I feel blessed already. And but like I said, my biggest monsters are my depression, anxiety, panic attacks, and my back pain. And that's it. You know what I mean? And I can either confirm or deny. How about that? It doesn't matter. Anxiety is what got me to stop starting to have panic attacks while using. Yeah, and a lot of people now, they're doing studies about pot now, where now it's a lot of people are going through cannabis psychosis. And that's a real thing now. And people are like, oh, you can't get addicted to pot. It's a plant. Oh, it's it's medicine. Yeah, well, I refuse to go back to my old life. The future is so much brighter now. You gotta wear shades, fishing. You gotta wear shades, right? Yeah, I don't miss it. I don't miss going back to my old life. I should have been dead years ago. What's up, Full Throttle? Hold on. Full Throttle, what's up? Cyber Love Hug. I've been MIA because I was in the hospital in and out for 3 days. At the hospital. Live and learn. People come on here saying, well, I'm just going to smoke this. I'm going to smoke a bowl. All right, that's you. But live and learn. I could be doing better. At least I'm home. And fishing, thank God, right? That we got to be this age. Well, I'm 21. I'm 21. 21 forever, baby. 21 forever. 21 with 34 years experience. How about that? Sometimes you just get tired of the riffraff. Oh, what? You didn't do well in math, did you? Here. See, you're laughing because you know you didn't do well in math. Then why didn't you say, well, about you're about 65, 68 or 70? That's right, age doesn't matter. It doesn't. My mother used to have a saying, God takes care of babies and fools. I'm 21! 21 forever, baby. 34 years experience. Yeah. Talk about strength. You have to pray for your enemies. You have to love your enemies. Yeah, I'm not, Dave. Maybe I'm 21. I was just trying to throw you off. 21 forever. But Dave had to use his calculator on his phone. That's how he got that number. Aha! Gotcha, Dave. Gotcha. My father died when I was 16, and my father died when he was 59 years old from alcoholism, among other things. You know, and I went to the emergency. I went to the ER, meaning emergency room, 3 times in 3 days because of my back, my panic attacks, and I was just going through a hard time. And God wants us to all fly straight, but He sure does have a sense of humor. He is always teaching us lessons. Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. God has such a sense of humor. He hooked me up with Jim. Or he hooked Jim up with me. How about that? Hi, Overbeing. How are you? God shouldn't have targets on their back. Yes. Thanks, Full Throttle. I love you. I love all of you guys. You know, we are trying to create a wildfire change to diminish darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. And that's why we're here. We don't care about what's going on in the world right now. We don't care what's going on with the Hayden Panettiere investigation or whatever. You know, we're here to uplift each other, to stand with each other, you know, just to sound off on each other about each of our struggles. You know. And you know what, too? I think, you know, it's like the Queen's Light Brigade. And I'm going to tell you something. I talk about you guys. Because this stream is not about me, it's about us. Okay? It's always been about us. And I'll talk to people on the Crisis Lifeline about you guys, and they're like, "Oh, that's awesome," you know. And then I said, "Well, let me give you a cyber love hug," and you know, and they're like, okay. So I give them a cyber love hug, and you know what they say? I'm like, I feel that. That's so freaking cool, you know. So we, not just me, we're creating something special. And during all this time, it's like, oh, how am I going to, you know, get back to streaming again? You know what I mean? I will admit, though, I am feeling a little bit better. Before, when I came on here, I was kind of like tense, and my anxiety was, ugh. Amia, what's up, Amia? Hi, Tom. Amia and Tom. Cyber love hug. Cranko, you tell Ellen John to give me my glasses back. Okay? He still has my glasses, so tell Elton John. Fire Brain says it is important to talk problems. It's the key for all problems. Yes, I do, Tom. Something bad and unfortunate happened. What happened? Amia? Yeah, I'm going to say this too. When you hold a lot of stuff in, like your feelings and all that, one way or the other is going to come out. And sometimes it's not going to be in a good way. You understand what I'm saying? And what's up, goddess? Let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! Well, I was in the ER 3 times in 3 days. And it's because of my back pain. It's because of my anxiety, my panic attacks. And I think what really triggered it all was because of the hate and pain tear situation. My best friend's dad died. He's 16 and uncle was barely 50. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me give you a cyber love. Listen, Amia, my father died when I was 16. He was 59. Okay? And when you're that age or any age, it's hard to process. So my thoughts and prayers go out to you and your best friend and his family. So wait, cyber love hug, cyber comfort love hug. So guy says, oh no, how are you feeling today? I'm feeling very like, I don't know why. But, Lithium, what's up? What's up, girl? Long time no see. Wishing you a great night and better tomorrow. I hope so. I hope so. Guys, it's like, yeah, my anxiety has been really high lately to the point almost I had to go to the hospital. I feel for you. Yeah! And I think it all, well, so on Sunday, I had to call the crisis line. Okay? That's run through my mental health center. And so I was talking to her for 45 minutes, and I mentioned you guys, the Queen's Light Brigade, right? And I gave the counselor a cyber love hug, and she's like, "Oh my God, that's so cool. I feel it. Like, I feel the energy and stuff." And so, whatever. So she said to Jim, "Maybe you need to take her to the hospital." And he said, "Well, I think it's going that way. So we went to this rinky-dink hospital. I was only there for 15 minutes because everybody knows me there, unfortunately. I should have a gold plate over a door saying this is Vicky's room or whatever. So all they gave me was Narco and Prednisone. Prednisone is a steroid. I have to take it for 5 days. And all that. And that was it. The next day, on then Sunday, I saw the story about Hayden Pain and Tear, and I was gutted. I was literally gutted for her. Right off the bat, I knew it was an overdose. Not like they didn't say much. They just told everybody she died. And right off the bat, I said she overdosed. How I know that, I don't know. It was just, Monday comes along, and I got up. I was getting sick to my stomach. My back pain was like out of this world. And I had to call the crisis line twice. Twice.
How many times, Vic?
Twice.
Oh, okay.
Say hi, everybody wants to say hi.
No, and everyone doesn't even know I'm here, Vic. You didn't bring it
Well,
up.
no, now you do. Now they do.
Uh-huh. Hi, everybody.
Can you hear them?
Hi, everybody. Bye, everybody.
Oh, wait, fire. Hold on. Good night, fire. Dave says hi.
Hello, Dave.
Fishing says hi.
Hello.
Guy says hello, hubby, Queen's hubby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, like Fish says, God has a sense of humor. He hooked me up with, yeah. It is what it is, but Tim's like, well, lose weight, eat ginger and turmeric, stop processing junk food, etc. You'll see, you'll stop feeling. Yeah. This is the voice of experience. Thank God I don't sound like Kim Kardashian. It's a sucker punch. And when people do that, that means they're pretty much cowards. Thank Els. Hi, May. Enjoying your birthday? She has a real voice. Most women don't sound mousy. It is what it is, guys. You know. I roll with it, baby. Roll with it, baby. It doesn't matter. Leader of the pack. Vroom, vroom. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Leader of the pack. Vroom, 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 vroom. Cyber love hug. All right. So it's still your birthday. All right. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Look what happened with Whitney Houston. All right. Sometimes I feel like a nut. Sometimes I don't. But I'm feeling better, guys. I am. It's just I have to get back in the swing of things and go with the flow and everything else and stuff. I come on here to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys because I know most of you can relate to what I go through. So we're helping each other out. It's a win-win situations. Oh, yeah, thanks to Mama Snoop. Yeah. I hope she's doing all right. I haven't heard from her in 3 days either. So Amia's like, I never saw a bro crying that much. Here we have a ritual. Yeah, cremation, I know that. I'm Bavarian, so being an alcoholic is part of the culture. Yeah, well, look at the Irish. You know? Look at France. I'll tell you a story about something. I used to live in Jersey. I'm a Jersey girl, okay? My mom was divorced from my father, okay, when I was 3. And she went out with this guy named Brett. They met in church, okay? And he was like a father figure to me, in a way. He dances like a chicken, like, whatever. So we would go to New York City and see a lot of Broadway shows. Well, this one particular Broadway show, it was Snow White at Radio City Music Hall. Before we went to the play, we went into this French restaurant, authentic French restaurant, okay? So the waiter comes and stuff, and he gives us the menus, and all of a sudden, he pours wine in every glass. Even mine. Even mine. And my mom's like, she's just a kid. And they said, well, in France, even children drink wine. Exactly. But, but they poured like a little, bit. Did I drink it? I think I did. But even too, like, my first taste of beer was, my grandfather used to drink Miller Lite, or no, Miller, okay? And sometimes you have to acquire a taste for beer, but not me. I loved it and stuff. And so, did that start me being an alcoholic? No, I don't blame my family. I don't blame my father for my addiction or my alcoholism. I don't. You know what I mean? When I hit 13, I used to drink a lot. I even used to put vanilla extract in my Coca-Cola. Isn't that strange? Putting vanilla extract, pure vanilla extract, in my Coca-Cola. Feel like you can just be kind of the green mates. Like, yeah, it is strange in Europe and Germany. 16-year-old kids are allowed to drink beer and wine is not good. Yeah. And it's hard because when you're a part of the culture, say in Germany or France, and it's like, I'm not an alcoholic because everybody else is doing it, right? And then when you go to AA, and they do have AA in Germany and France, okay, and Ireland also. AA's all over the world and stuff. They're like, what's wrong with you? You're not normal, What's going on is not normal. Just because it's legal doesn't make it right either. You know what I mean? I got a scar on the chin because I was too drunk as a 16-year-old stupid. But you just, it's just a bump on the chin, right? Just keep going, right, Max? Right? We're all about love, acceptance, without judgment. You haven't walked in her shoes. Alcoholism / addiction isn't prejudice against anybody and stuff. It doesn't matter what background you're from. It doesn't matter what color you are. I had a lot of fun. Hell yeah, I did. But something switched. It wasn't working for me anymore. I'm truly blessed that I'm still alive. I should have been dead years ago. I have stories about Axel. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Now he sounds like Mickey Mouse. He needs to hang it up. I understand. Kids come first. Family comes first. Everybody, everybody does at first. But then something clicks. I knew, and I'll be honest with you. I knew when I was 15 years old, I was probably an addict, an alcoholic. Okay, I was going down that road because my father was an alcoholic. Okay, I was hanging around with the wrong people. My band started, so I had to keep up with the lifestyle. You know what I mean? And all that. And so we're getting there, Dave. Thanks for asking. I was one of the lucky ones that didn't get addicted to it. Addicted to what, leader? God will not save you food, but I know it's hard to change. We're all addicted to something. I have a question for you guys. And I asked this, you know, with the girl from Crisis, right? At some point, well, wait. Jason the Next High wasn't working for me anymore. I don't like what I saw in the mirror. Nope. There's times where I used to, smoke crack, all right, and look at myself in the mirror. And I didn't like what I was becoming. But I just kept going with it. What's up, Evil? Rick, what's up? He's late to the party, but he's here. That's all that matters. What's up, Rick? Cyber love hug to Rick. Well, I used to freebase and stuff, but, same thing. But, yeah, so for those that don't know me, I'm Rock Queen, everyone coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. And the only reason why I stream is to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can have a better life without the drugs and alcohol and manage their mental illness. Yeah, you have to get off the Ferris wheel at some point. But I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And you're here, right? And you enjoy life more. Yeah, life does suck when reality hits hard. All right? Like with my back situation or my panic attacks and stuff. Life sucks. But this too shall pass. Live and let live, right? Yep, my back and panic attacks and everything else. Hi, Patty. How are you? And fishing. Thank you for the compliment and the praise. Every time when people, I hate that word. Okay, I am not trying to be an influencer. I don't want to be called an influencer. Okay, I don't want to be called that. I'm just me, and that's it. And I think you know that. You know what? Well, Patty, let me give you a cyber love hug real quick. Cyber love hug! So, yeah, Dave, all right, so. Well, I love your hugs too, Patty. So Dave is like, I have anxiety too. See, this is what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. Where we're standing up for each other, we're uplifting each other, we're helping each other out. That's what this is all about. So Dave's like, I have anxiety too. Horrible when you can't calm yourself down. Exactly. And right now, well, at first when I first started the stream, I was like, oh, I'm tight and tense and all. I'm like, I don't, you know. But now, since the stream's rolling along, I'm feeling better. So let me ask you, Dave, how do you deal with your anxiety? And do you go to counseling? Where do you think I'm from? Where do you think I'm from? May? Yeah, but what state? So, Clement, what? Hold on. Wrote extensively about how humans create gods in other worlds to give meaning to their suffering and reassurance themselves. Nope, wrong. Nope. All right, I'll give you a hint. All right, I'll give you a hint. Rogers and Hammerstein wrote a play about the state. Rogers and Hammerstein wrote a play about the state. Yeah, so, Rick, yeah, I was in 3 ERs 3 days in a row because of my back and my panic attacks and everything else and stuff. And I still don't feel like myself. Damn, that hen didn't give me anything. Yeah, Toby Keith is from the state. We're lorazepam, but I don't have issues with pills, thank God. Yeah, but it can creep up on you. You know? What I take for my anxiety, and listen, I am not a doctor, physician, I am not a trained counselor, nor a certified drug and alcohol counselor. This is what I use. I use visceral. And sometimes that doesn't even work. Rick's like, the state has shores. Everybody's trying to help you out. This is what the community's all about, helping you out. But is it in the east of the U.S.? Well, one state is that I'm from. Is it the state with the worst drivers? Well, close to it. Leader. See, everybody knows me from 2 states. So, leader of the pack, it's like, it's the state with worst drivers. All right? So, that's one state. And the second state is, fishing's like, it starts with O. So, you're making me all confused right now. And we aren't the worst drivers and stuff. Damn, what a load of crap. I can't figure it out. I'm an idiot. No, you're not. You're not an idiot. You're far from an idiot. We just love having fun with this kind of stuff. Alright, who? Alright. That's Massachusetts. No, it's no. My ex-boyfriend went to a rehab in Massachusetts, Salvation Army in Worcester, Massachusetts. No, it's not that. It's close to the bed drivers. Give me the first. We did. It was Worcester. Massachusetts are bad drivers, but not as quite bad. All right, it starts with an O. Fishing gave you a letter a while back. It starts with an O. O. But I'm also from another state. Wait a Hey! He finally got it. Way to go. Let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug for getting the answer right. Yep, that's right. Right on. What's up, Roy? Let me give you. I know. Hold on. Cyber love hug. There. You're a great addition to the Queen's Light Brigade, Max. Max. What's up? What should we call you? I call you May. It should be what, Max, right? Alright, so May, think of another state that I'm from. It's my home state. New Jersey. Roy, it was from May. Have you heard about Motley Crue lip syncing to the exact same pre-recorded track? Yep. What exit? 38. Really got me there. I was way back in the South, according by the accent. I have a Jersey accent. I've been here in Oklahoma since 2017, and I thank God I moved out of Jersey when I did. I'm German too, and we're both hard-headed, I bet. Yeah, Max. I just said it, and it just went over his head. But like they have a saying, Max, May, a hard head makes a soft ass. And my husband loves my soft ass. Wink, wink. I'm an Aries, so I like to bump heads a lot. Jim did. When he was in the Army back in 1985, he was stationed in Nuremberg. And believe me, he had his full of Oktoberfest and some wild times. Wink, wink. Yeah, Max, say it. Fish is helping you. Let's help May out. So the first letter is N. May. bet it is. Do you live by there? I would call my husband in the room and stuff, but he wouldn't be on camera. And the worst drivers in the U.S. Bavaria has a lot of culture. I live in Munich. Don't worry about it, leader. May, so can you? So, May, leader of the pack gave you a hint. Worst state with the worst drivers. What's wrong with that? That's just kidding. Can't take a joke. I can take a joke. I make fun of myself. You know, but it's called defensive driving. That's our excuse. Defensive driving. But it is true, though. California has the worst drivers. Robert was there. I want talking to you. Somebody told me I have respect. Who? Oh, Streamlat. It's a bot. It helps with the moderation and stuff. Don't worry about them. Come to Bavaria and drink some delicious beer. You are a welcome guest. Oh, hey, I'm a recovering alcoholic. If you have Java Monster, I'll join you. Java Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! This pen is back. Hell, man, maybe I'll take you to an AA meeting. Maybe I'll take you to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, huh? And you'll be our honored guest. May, they're giving you hands where I'm from. Where I'm originally from. I think Maeve just gave up. No, I'm staying with a high quality beer with 5,000 regulations. Cheers, girl. Well, cheers. Java Monster's the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah. They're giving you hints! Just above you, fishing says Bon Jovi. Or Bruce Springsteen. Or Skid Row. Or Vicious Bite. Time's ticking away. The Sopranos. Okay, I am not going to Google it. Streamlabs, you got it. I won't be back. Sorry, leader. Nope. I'm across the Hudson. Go across the Hudson River. Go across the GWB. Cross the Hudson River. All right, say it again. Cross the GWB. Cross the Hudson River. Atlantic City is there. You were trying, Fish. You were trying. I appreciate you. Yeah! And it's good. He finally got it. Yes, that's a state. We're called the armpit of the union because it just stinks. Yay! So Cyber Love Hug to May again, and you know what? Cyber Love Hug for all who were helping out May. Cyber Love Hug. Now, I want to tell you a very interesting story. I met my husband on Xbox, of all places, right? He's from Oklahoma, right? I'm from Jersey. And he drove 1,400 miles from this town to where I used to live. Well, that happens. I do that too, see, at times, I'll admit. And if you weren't going to get it, I was going to ban you. No, I'm only kidding. Was your husband? Not Jim. Ed was. He passed away 15 years ago. He drove his car. Yeah, he was born and raised here, Fish. Yep. But he lived in Oklahoma City. And then his family came up here in 1981 or something like that, I think. He drove his car. Yeah, he almost broke it too. Right now, our car is like almost gone, but and one day he drove 1,400 miles from here to New Jersey. Yeah, you did. Don't worry about it. I speak Jersey, so a lot of people don't understand what I'm saying most of the time anyway. And fishing's like you were worth the trip. Oh, man. I'm going to say this. This is actually my first relationship sober. Elad. And I was pushing him away. I even blocked him on Xbox for a couple hours. Okay? But, when we met, I'll start from the beginning. I need water first. Wait a minute. Cheers. All right, so back in 2014 Christmas time, my son Sean gave me my Xbox. Right? And that's when the Lizard Squad did a DOS attack on Xbox or whatever. Well, anyway, so fast forward 3 months from that. a mutual friend of ours on Xbox, he was sharing music videos where you can actually make clips of your gameplay and put them to a song. So I said to him, how do you do that? I want to learn how to do that. He said, well, I'll show you. So I did. I put my music video, on my page, and he shared it, and then Jim was my first comment saying, nice choice of music. And then I said, oh, it's my first video. I know my editing sucks. It's going to get better. So fast forward, we ended up to be squad mates on Battlefield. I am the queen of Battlefield, don't you forget it. And here we are. That was like the Reader's Digest condensed version. I'm glad you took a chance on Jim. He's a great guy. He is. He was a real gentleman. I mean, I stopped back for a second to apologize to anyone I offended. I was not intending to offend any. Yeah, that's quite. And we were the real, true love story on Xbox at that time. When GTA first came out, I used to play GTA on PlayStation 3. And I was like, in the top five players that were leaders in tennis. Then I got the Xbox from my son, Sean. And so, yeah, it's like a million chance to meet anybody. I wasn't going to go on Xbox and hook up with somebody or whatever. I was so in the throes of the grieving process. Like I said, my husband passed away in February 25th, 2011. So I was still in the grieving process of, 3 years. And I was just stagnant, and so I'm going to say this, God is real, okay? Because he brought us together. Because it was like 1,000,001 chance that we would ever get together. And plus, with me, I was against long-distance relationships. Because of my own insecurities, that's all. But I would talk to Ed. Sorry. I talk to Jim about Ed all the time. But then he asked me a question saying, if Ed was still alive, do you think you would still be drinking? And that broke the cycle. That broke the grieving process. What's up, Lou? Lou, I love you, you. I hope you're staying cool. Cyber love hug. Great to see you. It's been 3 days. But when we were on Xbox, I'm going to tell you this. Xbox back in 2015 was fun. It's not like it is now. All right? Xbox is dead. Hallelujah, right? Hallelujah. God is good. So, Jim used to play Battlefield 4. I used to be a big COD fanatic, all right? I was a badass in COD. So, one day, my son comes knocking on my door, because I don't live a block away from him, knocks on my door and says, "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry. Here's a present for you." And it was Battlefield 4. How would he know that? Damn, I know what the situation is here. This woman has a heart made of gold. I try. I've been through a lot. But I take accountability of what I did when I was in my addiction and all that stuff. And I see what's going on in the world today is demonic. Okay? There's darkness that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. We are trying to create a wildfire change to diminish darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world. We're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. That's right. Just for that compliment, Lou, I'm going to give you another Cyber Love hug. Cyber Love hug. All right, so sometimes life gives us good opportunities. God, I'm going to say this, whether you believe in God or not, all right? I don't push my religious beliefs on anybody, okay? God puts people in our lives for a reason, whether they be good or bad. God puts situations in our lives, good or bad. Well, thanks to Mama Snoop. She's not here. I hope she's all right. You know what? My glasses are my signature look. And believe me, I broke through 2 glasses, and Mama Snoop says, "Well, I got a present for you. I'm gonna send it." And she got me 9 pairs. 9 pairs of these glasses. All different kinds. So she's an angel. You know. But I think why the Queen's Light Brigade so, I won't say popular, okay? It's because a lot of people like us, they're sick and tired of the negativity, the darkness, YouTube in general, the fakeness, the polished streams and all that stuff. Hey Queen, I am just a troll that is making fun of stupid people, but you are fine. So I converted you! Huh, May? I converted you! I hear you! I think what got me with my panic attacks is because of do you know who Perez Hilton is? He's like, no, he gossips about celebrities and stuff like that, right? Well, a couple of weeks ago, Perez Hilton does anybody know who Perez Hilton is? Well, he made the news because he did something horrific on a live stream on TikTok. And to me, that's the epitome of what demonicness is. Hi, Delightful. How are you? Let me give you a Cyber Love hug. Cyber Love hug! All right, so, and then Ariana Grande did a music video about cutting off talent agents' heads off and got all bloodied, all right? And there's this another singer that has another bloody image. And at that time, my back was really killing me, and I really wanted to say something about it. And now, with this Hayden Panettiere overdosing, that's why I love the song by Saliva and the Devil's World. Because we are so influenced by so many things, like the cell phone, like YouTube, like X, okay? Like on Reddit, you know, people are distorting what is true and what's facts and then what's real or not. You know? And people are just sick and tired of it. And all these influencers, I'm complicated. Believe me. I drive myself nuts. You can ask Jim, my husband. I complicate things for myself at times. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of people, they're turning their cell phones in and getting a dumb phone, a flip phone, or they're turning off, you know, YouTube. They're deleting their X account or their Facebook account or whatever because it's all fake. You know, and you see right through people. You guys are smart. I'm not just saying it to say it. Because you know what fakeness is and what's not fake. You know what I mean? And a lot of these channels on here, it's all clickbait. Well, I'm going to say this. With my thumbnail, it's not clickbait, it's the truth. I don't like using clickbait. I don't. I rather do it in a genuine way and stuff. Yeah. My husband, I'm going to tell you something, mate. My husband didn't like cell phones. When we met on Xbox, right? I said, oh, let me call you on a cell phone. It's going to be a lot easier to talk. He said, I don't have a cell phone. And I said, oh, see, he's married or he's not, you know. And so I kept pushing him on getting a cell phone. Now, he got a cell phone because he had to make that trip from here to Jersey in case his car broke down. Now he can't live without his cell phone. I can. He puts his cell phone on the bedside table. I don't. I leave it out here. I think everybody's sick and tired of the novelty of AA. AI, not AA. AI. cosmetology teacher. How would you do my face, delightful? That would be funny if you did me, delightful, and drag. Oh! You know, I'm going to say this. I hardly ever wear makeup. First of all, I can't look. Oh my God, look at my eyes. Ooh. Scary there, huh? Like, I couldn't put eyeliner on my eye because of what happened to me on vacation where a thorn went into my eye. So anything that's near my eye, I can't do. I can do eyeshadow, but not, you know, all that stuff. But I was never really into makeup. Neither was my mother, to tell you the truth. Oh, she probably put rouge on her face or whatever, but that'd be it. Where are you in veterinary student? I know there's a lot of schools in Philadelphia. And I'm very sorry for my dear Americans if I think the things you have gone through. I hope you got married? Hoopa! Hoopa! You got married. Way to go! And it's been a while, too. Hold on. Cyber Love Hug! Hoopa! That is such a blessing. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade is all about. We celebrate each other's milestones, victories, good times, blessed times. Congratulations. And may you have many blessings. It's been a while since you've been here and all that, but I am so happy for you in a genuine way. Excuse me. Rick's like, hi, Milk. Excuse me. Sorry for your loss of freedom. Oh, wow, Mr. Facepalm. Wish you the best luck in school. I do too. Nowadays, veterinary medicine is so complicated. Now they have X-rays. They have like CT scans for pets now, and all that stuff. He is the one who must worry about his freedom. Wish you the best with your students. All the best, right? Let's have a Cyber Love Hug group hug. Ready? Group hug, everybody. Get your arms out, ready? Cyber Love Hug! There's been so many videos about tourists coming to America because of the World Cup. And like, America's like the greatest country in the world. We are, okay? And a lot of what your media tells you about us is almost untrue. Danielle, what's up? Oh, Danielle. Danielle. Oh, Danielle. How are you, girlfriend? How are you? And for those that don't know, yeah, Vicky is my real name. Oh, happy birthday! All right, oh, you know what? Is he around? Is he around? All right, hold on. Daniel, I'll sing your what's your son's name, by the way? He's asleep? Oh! Did you have a little drinky drink with him? He's, yeah! I got a figure, right? Caleb? Alright. Hold on. Let's do this. Everybody sing happy birthday to Caleb really loud so he gets a headache the next morning. Alright. Happy birthday to Caleb. Happy birthday to Caleb. Happy birthday to Caleb. May you have no memories of today. No, I was going to come up with some really, you know. Did you have a drink with him, Danielle? I know, that's what I'm saying. You probably have the video to prove it. This is what you did, and and when you get mad, at him, you just show him that video. I love you, fishing. Cyber love hug. Thank you. I love you. Bruce the Bigfoot loves you too, fishing. Cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. All right. So what did you? So what did you drink with him? I love you, fishing. And I'm going to say this to everybody, all right? I'm at a point in recovery where if people talk about drinking or whatever, it doesn't faze me. I don't miss drinking. I wish you came on earlier, Danielle, and said that you were going to have a first drink, because I would have said, well, Caleb's like my designated drinker or something. It's, I don't know what time. 10:08. We had a very big talk about drinking responsibility and knowing, don't worry, Danielle says, we had a big talk about drinking responsibility and knowing that he comes from a family with genetics. It was his birthday. Cheers, shot. Yeah. You have to have these talks with your kids and not let them get the talk from people on the street, their friends. You know what I mean? You're being a responsible mother, Danielle, and I respect that. I know, Danielle, it's a bot. Don't mind him. You're not in trouble. I promise you. It's just Streamlabs. Just, I know, don't. You're not in trouble. Just, Streamlabs has its mind of its own. You just have to go with the flow with Streamlabs. You're not in trouble. Sure. More the merrier. We got the room. Yeah, Rick says, yeah, no, Danielle, just ignore the bot. Bad bot. Did you recover from the hospital well? I don't even think they really helped me. Tell you the truth. The first day I went to the ER, I was only there for 15 minutes, and it was at our rinky-dink hospital in Cleveland, okay? And they gave me a narco and prednisone. Prednisone is a steroid for my back, all right? And so the second day, I had to call my crisis line, and I talked to them twice. That's how much of a panic attack I was in, right? So yeah, I do use my own crisis line from my mental health community at Grand Mental Health, okay? So, I still wasn't right. So I went back to the same hospital. Nothing. They only gave me like Norflex, that's a muscle relaxer, and that's it. The third day, Jim was in town getting my medication, and I said, I can't do this, and I have to go to the hospital. He said, call the ambulance, Vic, call the ambulance, and stuff. So they took me to a different hospital, OSU, and they gave me narco, Visceral, and Norflex. Oh, I know. Listen, May, they know I'm in recovery. Thanks, Danielle. I love you too. I feel that love. I'm going to say this. The only reason why I stream is to help others. That's it. I don't want to do this for the money, for the fame. I've had my 15 minutes of fame already. And I don't want to be called an influencer. I want to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys so you can have a better life without the drugs and alcohol and manage your mental illness in some way or another and stuff. Yeah, and I feel like they treated me poorly. You know why? Because I have no insurance. And that's a whole big other can of worms and stuff. So I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. They know my situation. Rinky-dink hospital, okay? But every time I go there, I tell them I'm in recovery. Okay? I remind them. I'm very vigilant about that. Even to OSU. They know me, but I tell them anyway. Thanks, Big J. God damn it. I thought about how expensive medical health care is in the U.S. The second day I was in the ER, I felt like he was like, you know, like looking down at me, like giving me the 5th degree. You know, he's like, oh, you're back again, huh? Well, yeah, and I said to him, I said, you know, if you're in so much pain, wouldn't you want to go to the hospital and get some relief or something like that? It felt like he was egging me on for something. You know what I mean? And they can only do so much. Yes, and hospitals are corporations now. They don't care about patient care. They care about the money. Well, I was there 3 times in 3 days, so I still don't feel right. I told that to Jim, but every time I go to ER, it's money. When I take the ambulance to OSU, it's money. You know? And so medical bills are piling up. See, I don't want, you know. So it makes it like in Germany, we only have to pay $10 for the room. Big Jay says it's unreal the cost. It's always been about the money, even with insurance. That's unreal. Yeah. And I was only there for the first visit. I was only there 15 minutes tops. And they gave me the narco, and all of a sudden they said, "Well, I know it's not in effect now, but we're going to discharge you now." What? May, don't say the swear. We're trying. Good joke, Lisa. Here, let me share it with everybody. What's a frog's favorite shoe? An open toed. It's alright, don't worry about it. I know. I hate when doctors say, well, you have to check with your primary care doctor. I'm like, yeah, well, I have no insurance. So why do you think I go to the ER? And then I have to deal with something else that they told me about, where I have a mass on my kidney. And it's growing. So it's like, oh my God, you know? Don't bring politics into this either, Max. Believe me, that's for another show. If I ever have a show called Rockets Blast Offs, I would rant about him. But we don't talk about politics on here. And it started way before Donald Trump. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to say Obama. That's it. Cut off. I love you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here and being a part of the Queen's Light Brigade. This is what we're all about. We're uplifting each other, supporting each other, you know, congratulating, you know, people on their marriage or maybe a new baby or a new puppy or whatever. We celebrate our miracles, you know. I love you too, May. I do. That's right. Good vibes. That's it. But by coming back on here, you know, I haven't been on in 3 days or 2.5 days or whatever. But you guys, like I said, we're trying to create a wildfire change. All right? We're just a microcosm of what the world should be. And you guys should be proud of yourself, of what you're creating, because you're creating something bigger than yourself. And that's honorable. It's not because of me. I'm just a facilitator. You guys are making it happen. You know what I mean? Believe me, May, we get crazy sometimes, especially out in the woods. When I do live streams out in the woods. But, you know, life happens, and I didn't do nothing video. No proof. That's right. There's no video, there's no proof. The world is a wonderful place. Ladies like you make it more acceptable. Oh, you don't mean Kim Kardashian? Or Paris Hilton? Or Nicole Richie? Or Kylie, I don't know, Kylie Jenner? People come on here and they talk about my voice. This is the voice of reason. This is the voice of wisdom. My voice has been through a lot. You know what I mean? So, and I drive myself with my voice. Trust me. You know, I'd rather sound like this than Kim Kardashian. And look what's going on with her daughter. Oh my God. Her daughter's 13 years old. Kanye West is her father. But look how she's turning out. It's a product of her environment. You know? That's why in recovery, it's like, you know, that's why you have to change people, places, and things. You know? I knew people that try to get themselves straight. All right? There's a place in Morristown, New Jersey that I used to live called The Hollow. Well, I didn't live in The Hollow, but I lived close to it. That's where I got my dope or whatever, right? At times. And this girl, Nadine, was trying to get herself clean and sober in that environment. She had no choice because she had no money. Okay? She would walk past the dope dealers and they would just nod or just give her some respect or whatever. But she ended up dying. And all that. I am trying to create a positive experience for everybody on this live stream. And like I said, sometimes it's not going to be pretty. I have no filter. I say what I feel most of the time. You're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly cry, and the insanity sometimes. It's time for my last cigarette. You gave me something I did not believe to get on YouTube Live. Much love, Queen. It's time to sleep. Well, good night. You know what, May? I'm going to say this. A lot of people, when they come on here, you know, they don't expect this. And sometimes I convert them. So they're not trolls anymore. They're just, you know what I mean? It's all about humanity. It's about being real. And it's about being vulnerable and just being a kind human being. You know? People don't know how to communicate anymore. People don't know how they feel anymore. It's like, oh, how do you feel? Emoji. Well, what's the emoji? How do you feel? You know? No, it's all right, Danielle. Listen. First of all, let me give May a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug to Max or May. Bye-bye, much love. And Danielle, don't worry. Listen. Don't worry about it. I'm at a point in my recovery where I felt it, May. Thank you. Oh, give it some time. Yeah, don't ask to be a mod because that's not a good sign. You know, I'm not saying you would do a bad job. I'm just saying, you know what I mean. I love you, and I'm like I said, I'm at a point in my recovery where if people say, well, I'm gonna have a couple drinks, or I'm like, say May, it's his birthday today also, and he was drinking, and I said, oh well, you know, you're my designated drinker for tonight. You know what I mean? But when people come on here and they say, oh, just roll up a joint or what, I have no tolerance for that. Because this is a community about recovery. It's a community of positivity. Oh, yeah. And Rick says, Danielle, if you're a mod, you're subject to get banned a lot. I wonder why. I wonder why. And we can debate on certain. See, I can debate on certain things too. You know, because you know, like say, I'm just gonna say the pot issue. Okay, I have my feelings on it, but for others, you know, it all comes down to respect. It all comes down to respect. And people don't respect each other for each other's opinions. And all that. We don't talk politics on here because it sucks the life out of the stream. But we talk about real life. We talk about real issues. You know, we're about real talk. And the world's lost its humanity to every sense of the word. You know, I still grieve for even back 6 years ago. Rick's not lying there, Danielle. I'm just from Jersey. I am what I am. I'm just a Jersey girl living in an Oklahoman world. That's it. You know, I appreciate your compliments. I really do. But a lot of these streamers on YouTube, and they do their own thing. Exactly. And we can get crazy, right, Rick? We can get really crazy. Talk about all aboard the crazy train. Anyway, so, what's up, Trippin'? How's it be? Cyber Love Hug! How you doing, Trippin'? Are you tripping over Mars yet? Or is that still in the works? You know how Elon wants to make a world on Mars, so you might have to change your screen name on YouTube to Trippin' Mars. But I was gonna say, that was Jim's way of saying hi to everybody.
Rick, how many times have I said hi to him today just because I'm in this room? That's my way.
What's groovy, Evil? Been Roxy Lady. Yeah, these glasses are right. Radical, that's for sure. But thanks to Mama Snoop, you know, I hope she's doing all right. I haven't seen Mama Snoop or whatever. I have to probably write her an email or something. Oh, yeah. No, I'm worried about her now because her eyes were really bothering her and stuff. Probably because too much of exposure of me, you know. You should all be careful because, you know, a full exposure of me can cause blindness. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, I hope she's all right. I have to shoot her over an email. All right. But like I was gonna say, you know, it all comes down to humility too. A lot of people have forgotten to be humble when it comes to life or how they carry themselves in life. And believe me, I never thought a gaming channel would end up to be the Queen's Light Brigade. But it was my purpose. You know, and it started all the way from Mixer. I miss Mixer. It was a good community. But life goes on, right? And here we are now on YouTube. When people give me compliments, it humbles me even more. It grounds me even more. You know, to remind me of what the Queen's Light Brigade's mission is to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys that you can have fun without the drugs and alcohol, and that you can manage your mental health in such a way, you know, and like I said, my biggest monsters right now is my depression, my anxiety, my panic attacks, and my back. You know, but I'm always vigilant about, my recovery. I have to be. And relapse does not start with the first drink or drug you pick up. It happens way before that. Way before that. And that's why, you know, when you're in early recovery, that's why you have to learn your triggers, like what triggers you. Like, is it relationships, money, you know, a bad day at work? Is it watching stuff on YouTube? You know, and if you figure that out, you should write it on a piece of paper and a notebook. I get triggered by YouTube, but I don't get urges. I haven't had urges in a long time. Like, a long, long time. You know that. But most of it on YouTube is trash, and just but it feeds the machine. You know, big tech. It feeds the machine. I don't watch gaming channels anymore because I'm not into gaming anymore. The last game I played was, I think, what? Pinball? And that was like 4 or 5 months ago. So I've changed as a person. You know. Because if you ask Jim, I would buy a game every day, almost. That's why I stick to videos about stuff I know something about. View Bay is like life is a ride for sure. How you doing, View? Let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. You see a lot of videos now where people are like, you know, saying that there's a shift in the world. And people feel it too. And that's why a lot of people lash out on each other. You know, people that lash out on people that they don't even know. You're quite welcome, View. Where are you from, View? Inquiring minds want to know. But there is a shift in the world. Toronto, hey! Whoa! Hey! I love Toronto. Toronto's changed, though, I know that. Yeah. I love that city. And it's gone to crap, right? Because of the gang wars there and the trap houses or whatever. From what I understand with YouTube, I don't know, but I have good memories about that place. Have you ever been to America? My best memory, Florida. Yeah, it's nice and warm, right? It's different in Florida. Whereabouts did you go in Florida? Nashville? I always wanted to go to Nashville. Hopefully one day I will. Nashville is a culinary treasure because it's not just Music City. It's a culinary treasure because all these restaurants are popping up in Nashville. No, because all these country stars like Luke Bryan and Jelly. I don't even want to bring up Jelly Roll. I cringe over him now. But all these celebrities are popping up bars and eateries or whatever. Nashville is very political. I used to love the show Nashville. And that's what, like with Hayden Panettiere, she was an actress on Nashville. And when I was back in Jersey, I used to watch Nashville it was on Thursdays. And then they canceled it, and everybody was in an uproar because that was one of the best shows on TV at that time. And now, look what happened to Hayden Panettiere. And but for the grace of God go I. I mean, it's months ago I was talking about her. Well, her mother pushed her. She was in an interview, and she said momager. You know how that phrase came about, momager? Because of the Kardashians. Okay? I hate that word momager. But she was very open and honest about her addiction, her struggles with mental health and all that. She gave up her daughter. The consequences of my addiction was I lost custody of my 2 kids. We cooked 1969. Way to go. 20 months sober. Just by you sharing that, you are an inspiration. You are a miracle today. Way to go. So everybody give some love to We Cook. And congratulate them. Yeah. keep on keeping on. So we're going to cyber recovery hug. Way to go. I miss you too. It's good to talk about our milestones and what just happened here. Hold on, guys. All right, sorry about that. Technical difficulties, you know. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. We are a recovery community. We are a spiritual community. And all that. We are a positive and uplifting community. And a lot of people, you know, really want that on YouTube. And all that. And you are being an inspiration. Just by celebrating 20 months. You know? That's something. Because you don't know. Maybe, you know, somebody's just watching this and you said, well, yeah, I had 20 months. So, if, you know, they're saying, well, damn, if they can do it, I can do it too. All you need is love. Bam, 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 bam. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. Love. Right? Love and understanding. The world needs more God in it. And you should be proud of yourself, We Cook, because a lot of people are struggling just to get even one day. What's the shortest song the Beatles ever sang? Don't tell me. Wait a minute. I want to hold your hand. Or no, the Yellow Submarine? Hi, Resort, how you doing? Hey, man, so you went to the ER 3 days in a row, everything good. What's up, Resort? Hold on. How's it going? Cyber Love Hug! It is what it is. It's my back. It's my panic attacks, my anxiety. I still don't feel like they treated me right. And all that, but they can only do so much. You know? No! Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Heart Band. The ER is where all the heck will be playing out. I'm going to say this. You know, everybody knows me in the ER, whether it be the rinky-dink Hick Hospital in Cleveland or OSU. Okay? But this time was so different. I usually joke around, talk with people, whatever, and it was so much different. Wait, but no? When I first came on here tonight, I was like this. Okay? I want you guys. Yeah. They had me on Buse Bar twice a day. They had me on Visceral, but that's for like panic attacks or whatever. Okay, I'm on Gabapen, which is for my back pain and anxiety. How you doing, Ian? How's it across the pond? How's the weather there? I was on Alexa Pro and stuff. Aren't we all, though? Right? And that's something to be grateful for, right, Ian? That's something to be grateful for. High five there, brother. Bam. And you know what? I'm going to give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! We finally got rain after a drought. Where are you in England? That's right. Every day above ground is a good day. And believe me, I should have been dead years ago. Ian's like sending you the love and positive waves. I'm in Derbyshire, the middle. You missed it, the song. Why don't we do it in the... Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Why don't we do it in the road? You're 57. Total trip, right? Yeah, why don't we do it in the road? La 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 la. Why don't we do it in the road? We'll make more beautiful music on the road. I mean, literally on the pavement, on the road, and get road rash restored. I had a panic attack a few months ago, and literally felt like I was gone. Yeah, I'm glad I made it. Lost a lot of people along the way. Hey, yep. Same here. And my son, I'll get back to you in a minute, restored. My son is in the throes of addiction. He's addicted to meth, fentanyl, God knows what else. He's homeless. He's just existing in Portland, Oregon. Yeah. And so Restored's like, I had a panic attack a few months ago, and literally I felt like I was gonna die. And then he says I had to stop driving and get out of the car and walk. Heroin? The H Club, huh? So, Ian, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. And the only reason why I stream is to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can have a better life without the drugs and alcohol. And I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And yeah. But you're not on anything else, right, Ian? Much love. Way to go. And back in the 90s, it was heroin chic, right? Everybody, almost everybody was on heroin. Dope. 30 years I struggled. Clean last 10 years, so happy now. Nothing I won't. Way to go! Hold on. Cyber recovery hug. Just by you saying what you just said, you're an inspiration to others. So keep on keeping on, okay? Cyber love hug! Cyber recovery hug! I know what it is. I was an alcoholic myself. You know? When I got myself clean and sober from the dope in 2004, it was my last rehab. I went to IOP, which is intensive outpatient and whatever, right? But 6 months after I got out, I mean, I was off the crack, heroin, and the alcohol, right? And tell everybody, getting yourself clean and sober sucks, all right, at first, because you don't know if you're coming or going, right? Everything's so overwhelming because you have to change people, places, and things, right? You know, you have to basically plan your life to the best that you can, right? So 6 months after I got myself clean and sober in 2004, I got a new place to live. I was kind of bored. That's one of the triggers, is if an addict is bored, what do they do? So I went up to the liquor store. I got myself a 30-pack of Natty Ice and a bottle of Southern Comfort. And did I regret it? Yeah, I did. And I knew that the alcohol was going to end up the same way as the dope and the crack. But I was pushing the envelope. Because I was justifying in my head and rationalizing, hey, at least I'm not shooting up or smoking the crack anymore, I'm just drinking. But I drank like a fish. And I truly believe the reason why I drank so much was so I wouldn't go back to the crack and heroin. What's up, Heather? How are you doing? Great to see you. How's Mom? Cyber love hug. Hi, Jay. What's up? But yeah, I pushed it for a while. How you doing, Eric? I'm rocktastic. Even though I'm going to say this. A lot of people, like, they're on dope, meaning heroin. A lot of dope addicts will turn to alcohol because dope is a downer, and so is the alcohol. And plus, it's readily available, right? Good to hear. And always good to see you, Jay. We all do that. Swap from... Yeah! And Ian says, yeah, we all do that. Swap the crack smack for the booze and then, what, go back and forth and, right? And it still won't work. Right? Even with pot. Okay? Yeah, this is going to be a very unpopular opinion on this channel, but even pot, there's a thing called cannabis psychosis now, and people do smoke pot, okay? Whatever. But in reality, you're still getting high. You know what I mean? I drank so much I'd be wealthy if they gave me a refund. Or a CEO to the company, right? Yeah. Eating some cereal before bed. What kind of cereal? Captain Crunch? Cookies Crisp? Don't say Raisin Bran. What about Trix? A mountain of cans I drank in whiskey vodka. It's all miracle we're all alive. And that's another thing too. Oh, Lucky Charms. We all need some luck. I feel like I'm one of the lucky ones to be able to receive the gift of recovery. I used to like blueberry cereal when I was, well, but Ian, let me tell you something. I think the alcohol was gonna kill me quicker. And all that. And I had enablers in my life, like my husband that passed away, 15 years ago. All right. And I made a promise to him on his deathbed. I said to him, listen, I'll quit drinking. I'll take care of you. And all that stuff. And it was a blessing he passed away, okay? I'm just saying. But when I actually full-heartedly says I'm going to not drink anymore and take care of you, I swear, all his energy went to me, and I felt this warm sensation, and it was gone. Because Ed knew he was dying. He did. And so, here I am. So, Honey Nut Cheerios, I like them too. Thanks, Ian. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, yeah! That's the bomb right there! So good, I was addicted to cereal in my younger years. I don't miss the anxiety of coming off a 5-day bender. Are you clean now, Eric? Do you still get anxiety? Crave was good. I never had Queenish. Alright. We'll go from there. I don't miss the misery. Yeah, just like AA, right? They say, well, if you don't like the program, we can always refund your misery to you. The anxiety never goes away. It's different for everybody. And I'm just going to say this. I am not a trained psychologist. I am not a certified drug and alcohol counselor. I only use my experience straight for hope. That's it. Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. I apologize, guys. I'm taken back by somebody in the chat. And where are you from, Duggar? So Ian says, I did so many cold turkeys at home as I left the house after 14 days of torture, I'd go buy heroin. Yeah. I'm going to tell you this. I was at an IOP program. Or intensive outpatient program. And I drank. I and when I stopped drinking after my husband passed away, whatever, I didn't go through the DTs or nothing. And my counselor and even the doctor said to me, "You're lucky you're still alive, because if you drank a 30-pack or more a day, and all that, you should be going through the shakes and everything." I didn't. So that was a miracle in itself. Resort. I worked for Labor Ready. Yeah, same thing with me. I liked Labor Ready because it was per diem. It wasn't like a full contracted job, But I would have to get up at 4:30 in the morning to walk down to East Blackwell Street in Dover, and all that, and how did you manage to go to work messed up? A lot of times I didn't. I didn't. If I was up all night or whatever, I give me one. There was somebody named. Well, hold on. That's right. And like with me, I would call for days. I know I was gonna get fired. Exactly. I was just living for the moment. Hey, they fired me. Well, I can get something else. I can get money from somewhere else. I had to do many under the table jobs because I could never have a normal job down. Yeah, but now under the table jobs are hard to come by. I mean, you still have them, but not like it was years ago. That's why I like labor ready. It was like per diem. And then what happened was uh, they accepted me as a worker at a candy factory in Parsippany, New Jersey. And to celebrate, I went down. It was raining that day. I slipped down the stairs and I broke my wrist. And yeah, I'm taking my medication right now. This is my medication. You can see it.
Don't drop it.
I'm not. Yep. Horse pills. Heather said, just wanted to say goodnight. Have a wonderful night. Get up early to help my mother. Yeah, but you would get sick of it real quick. You know, like the smell. Good night, Heather. Let me get start a love hug. Always great to see you. Say hello to your mother and family for me. With the panic attacks, I never got, and this is the thing, like when I was smoking crack or whatever, I never got paranoid or whatever, right? I don't get paranoid, but I'm just saying, like with my anxiety attacks, it's like, it has to do with my back. When my back gets to a certain level, and I go in a full-blown panic attack. And even, I know with the panic attack, my mind still races and all this stuff. You can't understand a word I'm saying half the time because I'm, well, it's Jersey, you know? That's how we get in Jersey. But it seems like it never ends. Just like Restored says. I still don't feel like myself. I told Jim that. But here I am. You know? I feel bad for Jim at times because it's like, oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. He knows. I mean, he was getting my medication in town, and I called him up. I actually called the crisis line, and he said, well, if you have to go to the ER, we're not going to call the ambulance for you. You have to do it yourself. So, all right, so I called Jim. Jim was waiting on medication for me, and I said, I got to go. He says, okay, Vic, whatever, you know, whatever, you know, because he knows it costs money. But it's like when I feel like that, it's like it sucks. I found 100 pills in a carrier bag the other day, Gab, and 300. Couldn't believe it. I'm assuming the pregnant lady in the flat below left them out in the trash can space. I'm maxed out on gabapentin. I can't go any higher. You know, and it helps with anxiety. Well, I'm still going through panic attacks. You know, they had me on Buspar. if I'm going through a panic attack, I'll take the visceral, you know. But it sometimes that doesn't even work. You know, you have to have a list on, well, what works for you during a panic attack. All right, well, watching YouTube, you know what? I thought, why not put that in the trash, you know? It's for nerve pain. But see, like I said, I'm not a doctor. You have to check that medication out with your primary care doctor and stuff. You know, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a physician. I know what works for me and stuff like that. Do you put like a heating pad on your knee? Do you ice it up? You get free health care right in England, right? You should go to the doctor and just go to and see what he says. That's just a suggestion, by the way. See, you're just like Jim. You're just like Jim. He'll have problems walking, like with his ankle. I think he has gout or whatever, and he has insurance and all that. Does he go to the doctor? Nope. He just, you know, grins and bear it. And he told me as a joke. He told me as a joke. He said, "You ruined the ER experience for me. I will never go to an ER ever again." For himself, that is, right? Because I ruined it for him. He seems to be walking all right now. My grandpa never went to the doctors and lived to be 83. Well, my grandfather, my mom's dad, had Parkinson's. And when he found out he had Parkinson's, he asked the doctor, "Do you die from it?" And the doctor said, "No, you don't." You know, but he wasn't like Michael J. Fox, where he was like really advanced. I mean, they do tests on you, like for your balance and everything. And the doctor couldn't believe that he didn't progress that much, but he still had it. Well, that's true too. My grandfather used to use Ajax for brushing his teeth. Ajax. Did your grandfather use Ajax brushing his teeth? That's where all the aliens are. Eric. That's the netherworld. How come? I was just kidding, Eric. I love Kate May. Kate May's changed. We used to go to a hotel called the Colonial Inn. And now they modernize it and all that stuff. It looks so bad. Have you ever been at Cape May, Eric? Good times there, Eric. I wish in a way. Hi, Riley. How are you doing? Yeah? Well, let me give Riley and Eric a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! There you go. Well, they're hard to find. Well, I hope you felt that energy, right? I was talking to somebody at the crisis phone line, right? I had to call them 4 times. 4 times. And so I was talking to this one girl about the Queen's Light Brigade, right? I talked about you guys and all that. And she thought it was awesome. I said, well, what we do is I give cyber hugs out. And she says, cyber hugs? I said, yeah, hold on. So I took the phone and I hugged her. And she said, oh my God, that feels so good. She actually felt the energy. You know? Everybody needs a hug. You know? Even the trolls need a hug. Yeah, but they changed. Have you ever gone to Cape May Point to get the Cape May diamonds? What you gonna pay me? Jim? Where I answer this, Jim. Where am I from? You have to have a test. Yeah, but where am I living now? Rogers and Hammerstein did a play about it. So where am I now? Are you just saying okay or what? Oh, I'll just give you a hug anyway. Here. Cyber love hug! There. You said okay. I don't know if you meant okay, but yeah. I live in the okayest state, Oklahoma, Rocklahoma. I hope you're having a good evening. No. Oh, that's what I thought it was a gnat. That's what it was. At least you weren't whispering sweet nothings in my ear because that's my husband's job. That's funny. Where are you from, Jim? We're becoming worldwide, guys. The Queen's Light Brigade, we're creating a wildfire change, and it's spreading. It's blazing this world. You're welcome. Kentucky. Oh. Have you ever been to the Kentucky Derby? And I heard that Jim Beam, I know, listen guys, first of all right, I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011, okay? And Jim Beam is not going to be making any whiskey because of, but I thought that was interesting. Well, welcome back, Danielle. You're a sweetheart. Cyber love hug. I'm glad you're here, Danielle. I really am. Wait, hold on, sissy. Danielle, give me a mean one. Gee, that's my corner. wait, sissy's like, down to earth, queen, much love, sweetie. Hope you have a good day. I had a busy one. I'm going. Sweetie, hope you have a good day. I had a busy one. I'm going to relax and watch Gunsmoke. Wow! With James Gardner, right? Oh, wow. Talk about a good show, right? Bang, 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 bang. Well, have a bang, bang, have a good time, sissy. Miss Titty. Yeah. They even changed Nick at Night. Did you ever notice that? And even like way back when in 2015, because they were having this controversy about the General Lee, about the Confederate flag, they booted the Dukes of Hazzard off of Nick at Night. Really? And while I was on Facebook at the time, I blasted off with a rant about that. John Schneider has a live stream with his wife, and his wife is Paul Sorvino's widow. How they got together, I don't know. But it's a drinking stream, so I don't know. Even though I'm an alcoholic, I'm in recovery and stuff, and when things pop up about alcohol or drugs or whatever, it's like, to me, it's just an interesting fact. Just like if I go to a grocery store and I'll see cocktails or drinks I never had, like White Claw or whatever, it's, Thank you, Danielle. At least somebody is. No, I'm like, no, thank you. I'm trying. Believe me, I'm trying. And this is not about me though. It's about you guys. I don't want it to be like, oh, see, the Queen's Life Brigade. Oh, how narcissistic is that? Oh, it's about her. No, it's about everybody. It's hard like any addiction. That's why, this is a recovery community. And if you have a mental illness, you can recover from mental illness. Just like with Restored, he said, well, I had panic attack, 6 months ago. Well, okay, that's it. That's recovery. No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. I was gonna ban you though. No, I wasn't. No. Everybody's mentally ill, Danielle. How do you like Zoloft? And for those that I am not a physician, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a trained counselor, I'm not a certified drug and alcohol counselor. So I tried Zoloft and it gave me the runs and everything. So Danielle was like, I'm doing well on it. The only downfall is I get hot all the time, like physically hot. Like, yeah, hot flashes. Well, keep talking to your doctor. Be your own best advocate. If you have any side effects or anything, you tell the doctor. That's important. Because sometimes they might have to adjust it either lower or, because you have to get to a certain level. Oh, I hate insomnia. Oh my God, yeah. You can ask Jim. There's times where I would be up for 3 days. Okay? And it was because of my pain. And I'm going to tell you, if you have anxiety issues or going through panic attacks, you really need to get your rest. Because if you don't get much rest and all that, and you're watching YouTube or, it's going to cause panic attacks and more anxiety. But that could be, I'm going through menopause, perimenopause. Yeah. Check with your doctor, with your primary care doctor, and see if they'll give you like hormonal replacement pills or something. But yeah. And what gets me is, all right, so the other day, the ambulance had to come here. All right, Jim was getting my medication in town. And a lot of times it's like, well, I can't breathe. And they said, you're breathing, you're smoking a cigarette. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, but I can't breathe. And I know I smoke like a chimney, guys. I know I chain smoke. It's a habit of mine. It's basically like it's a distraction of with my pain, if you know what I'm saying. How do you deal with it, sissy? How do you deal with your panic attacks? And Daniel's like, well, that's why I'm on Zoloft, because I started having severe panic attacks where I couldn't breathe. And wait, hold on. Shoot. And Jim's like, I've been there. I've done it all and couldn't get too much of anything. 20 years of my life, I can't read. 20 years of my life, but been 10 years for me. But now I just smoke pot a lot. Yeah. Well, congratulations. What's up, Whiskers? Whiskers. Whiskers, here. Wait, hold on. Whiskers. I was in a heavy metal band back in the 80s called Vicious Bite. It's all about the 80s, baby. 21 forever. So, Sissy, let me ask you this. How do you deal with your panic attacks? And Jim, you're not in trouble, by the way. It's just stupid Streamlabs. But congratulations. Wait. I try to be. Dude, I love the 80s. Sucks. I wasn't alive for it. I went to the 70s and the 80s were a simple time. A lot of crap wasn't going on like it is now. You know, I grieve for the 80s of what I remember it. And the 90s, in the 90s, I was in full-blown addiction and alcoholism and, you know, you were born in 82. That's when, hold on, 1982, guess what song came out? Guess what, and don't Google it. There's a couple of them. What song came out in 1982? I Love Rock and Roll by JJ, Joan Jett. Rick Springfield, Jesse's Girl. My Sharona. I think that was 1981, I think. I have a story about her. Well, she's from New Jersey. In Orange, New Jersey. In Newark. Yeah! Wait a minute. Walking shoes. That was one of their heads, right? Walking shoes. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Shit. Crap. Oh. Hold on, guys. Alright. Queen, I smoke weed since I was 14. That's what's helping with my anxiety and panic attacks. I actually quit smoking cigarettes like 20 years ago. You're not in trouble. Yeah, I know. It's always the same darn thing with Streamlabs, I'm telling you. Listen, I'm going to say this, and it's a very unpopular opinion I have when it comes to pot. A drug is a drug is a drug is a drug. You can even get addicted to taking aspirin. Okay? Back in my day, 21 forever, baby, 21 forever. Back in my day, pot was illegal. I got caught with it in a school zone. Yeah, Molly, I am happy. Happy, joy, and welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Just for your comment, I'm going to give you a happy, joy, cyber hug. Molly, happy, joy. Yeah. This whole world is addictive. Oh, I'm having fun with him. He asked me if I was happy. So I am happy. Can't you tell? was my addiction dish. I sold the Ren and Stimpy stuffed animals from a store. Beavis and Butthead. Yep. SNL did a funny skit with Beavis and Butthead. Holy goats! Where you see them? Where you see the goats? I don't see no goats. Under my bed? How do you know they're under my bed when you're on the stream here? Robert? How do you know they're under my bed? Yeah, but no, you're not. You feel it? Oh, you feel it. Do you smell it too? Do you hear it? Are you a clairvoyant? So are you related to Spider-Man because you have spider sense? Or no, I should say Robbie sense? Hi, Brown, how are you? Exactly. People have lost their common sense thanks to the internet. It's sad. Doing coffee? Yes, Danielle. They don't have much common sense because they'll eat anything. They'll eat tin cans. So I don't think that's common sense. Damn, you're Queen, you're a beautiful person. You're down to earth. Tell it like it is. I love people like that. God bless you and you stay strong. I know Robert is, but sometimes I like having fun with the trolls. You have to have a sense of humor in this life. You really do. I have a twisted one at times. And sometimes I have a very twisted mind in the gutter type of sense of humor at times. I like to play on words. Right, honey?
Yes, dear.
Believe me, Jim knows. I'm down at 15%, honey.
We still got an hour left. What do you want?
No, I'm
I'll
charter.
give you a battery.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you're...
Say hi to everybody.
No.
Oh, I know. That's how, that's how it is. I've been in this game for a long time. You know what I mean? And so, I just go with the flow. Sometimes I convert trolls into members of the Queen's Light Brigade. And all that. You know? Jick, you're... Jick. Rick, you're so jaded. Be more positive, like me. It is what it is. You know? They don't get any validation in their life. So they're like, oh, all right. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Let's see what kind of reaction we're going to get. Their brain is like cornbread and it's not cooked in the middle. It's happening to all of us, even me. You know? I used to do a lot of stuff with AI. I have videos in the works with AI. I'm not even use AI anymore because I know where it's going. Good night, sissy. I love you. Cyber love hug. When this shit gets deeper than my boots, it's time to flush the toilet. Yep. You need hip waders here, Rick. Ah. He probably has like 15 pairs of them because he lives by a lake. So, Danielle, let me ask you a question. They only have you on Zoloft? What's up? How are you? And just for that compliment, I am going to give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! How are you? Oh, you just came on here just to see Rick? Really? Oh, I should just ban you. Sissy, I should just ban you. You're using me to see Rick. There's a lot to be grateful for and a lot to smile about. Just in this space. We're not focused on the world. We're just focused on each other. You know? Are you have more beautiful glasses? Oh, I have a few. Thanks to Mama Snoop. She gave me a whole 9 pairs of them. People haven't noticed, like, you know, they're like, oh, your glasses switched colors or whatever. People don't notice because I'll just keep talking. No, I've been calling him evil. Sissy, from what I know, I'm going to tell you this. He is not evil. He's not evil. That's just a cover-up of what he's really like. Thanks, Sissy. It's good to be appreciated. I appreciate you, Rick. I hope you know that. He's a good man. He has a great sense of humor too. And I'm gonna tell you something. I was a part of another, I'll say group. All right, whatever. And I know you're gonna play the 5th and the 6th and the 7th and the 8th, whatever. And I was in my studio.
You use 15 gigabytes of your data. I don't know why you're not on Wi-Fi. I would, and of course, if you change your settings, I hope it doesn't disrupt. But, and I don't know, since I paid for our phones today, I hope you didn't use 15 gigabytes tonight.
Oh, God.
So, finish your... Well,
I was going to say, come over here. You're not going to... Yeah, there was... Excuse me for 1 second. There was this one screening named Governor.
Oh, okay.
And it said, "Hey, I'm just walking here." And I'm thinking, I didn't call him out, but
Oh, yeah. You think?
and he just said that one and poof. I apologize. Rick says hi.
Hello, Rick. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
You heard that right, Rick? We appreciate you. I want you and Jim to go to that bald hill with a big cross and stuff. And you know what? Some people were saying, well, we need a reunion, like a family reunion of the Queen's Light Brigade. And I was thinking we should all go there. I have a dirty one. You want to hear a dirty one? I have a real dirty one. It might get me banned from YouTube. You want to hear it? Here's the dirty joke, okay? The pig fell in the mud. That's the dirty joke. So, shh. Don't tell anybody I told you that joke. I'll ruin my reputation. I just want to say again, I appreciate each and every one of you that show up here. That it just shows that there are good people still in this world that are sick and tired of the negativity about the white noise, about what's really going on in the world. You know, we, not just me, we are just a microcosm of what the world is. Where do you think I'm from, E.T.? Or I should call you Bonds. Bonds! There's 10 miles of bad road to get to that cross, so rough. I don't even like riding it. That's your opinion. That's interesting, John. You're from the Netherlands. How you doing, Brown? I would love to go to Amsterdam, but not for the pot either. I actually knew a guy. I forget his gamer tag, but he switched it to Wicked Clown or whatever and stuff. And we used to game together. And he owned a pot shop in Amsterdam. And then he said that Miley Cyrus actually booked the store all day to get high and all that crap. Actually, Van Halen did a song called Amsterdam. I think we live in a world that's getting darker and darker and darker. There's nothing wrong with it, Gene. Except for your rudeness. Tell me what's wrong with you. Tell me what's wrong with you, Gene. No, you weren't. You were trolling. So tell me what's wrong with you. All right, good night, Danielle. I love you. And listen, email me. My email's in my bio. Okay? I love you. So, cyber love hug. Have a sweet dreams. I hope you don't have any nightmares of me in it. Much love. So, I should call you Jean because it looks like a French name. So Jean or Jean or whatever, tell me what's wrong with you. I bet you won't because you're a coward. And there's nothing wrong with my voice. At least I'm not like a Kim Kardashian. I'm just saying. She has her own unique voice too. But I think I've been through a lot more hell than she has in her life. This is the voice of wisdom. This voice has been through a lot. Don't hope. It's going to happen, Bonds. It's going to happen. So, cyber love hug. Have a good one. Have a good day at work. Life is beautiful, guys. You know, we all go through our struggles. Just like, you know, this past week, I was in the ER 3 times in 3 days. Well, God bless you too. God bless everyone in the stream. You guys are making it happen. I'm not. I'm just a facilitator. And I'm going to tell you something, too. Before the stream, my anxiety was up. That's right, we are restored. Just look up. right, Restored? Just look up. As I was saying before the stream, my anxiety was up. And I still don't feel right. All right. And so, to be transparent with you guys, I said, all right, well, we're going to do this. And I was still feeling like this, but now I'm a lot calmer. My anxiety diminished a little bit. So I thank you guys for helping me with my anxiety. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just with you being here is enough. I don't ask for anything more. And be respectful. That's all I ask. You know? If somebody comes on here and says, well, I have struggles with depression, anxiety, we're there for them. It's proven time after time that we are there for them, even if they just came on the stream at that moment for the first time. That's what makes the Queen's Light Brigade unique. We are creating a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're fighting to get rid of it. You know? And I'm proud of you guys, of what you accomplished. You know? We are going to be all right. And I don't like what I go through when it comes to my back and my panic attacks or whatever. And I drive Jim nuts and all that, you know, at times, because it's like, well, we did what we had to do and stuff, and you still have to go to the ER, what, you know. Life happens. And whatever in your toolbox, use them. You understand what I mean? Whether it be tools of recovery, tools for mental illness, or both. If you have MICA issues, MICA means mentally ill, chemically addicted. They don't use that phrase anymore. They use dual diagnosis. But most addicts and alcoholics have a mental illness of some kind. And they even did a study saying they're like bipolar. That's what I read in a study. Now, I was never diagnosed with bipolar. I was diagnosed with major depression, anxiety, chronic pain issues, you know. I have a lot to be grateful for, just like you have a lot to be grateful for. You know, I'm grateful for God. I'm grateful for the gift of recovery. I'm grateful for my husband, Jim. He's a trooper. You know, you need a good support system in order to really get through what you have to go through in life at times. You know? Because if you hold all that stuff in, and sometimes you don't even realize that you're soaking it up like a sponge. Like if you're watching YouTube about say anything negative or like doom scrolling, whatever, you're taking that all in, and you wonder why you get all like and you latch out on other people or whatever, you know. I think what really set me off was the Hayden Panettiere situation. I think that just I was gutted. And I know she's a celebrity, and there's so many like us out there. But at least she was trying to be outspoken about her mental health and her struggles with addiction and even relationship issues. But for the grace of God go I. That should have been me. Years ago. I'm still going to fight the good fight. I'm still trying to be a good, decent human being. You know? I had my bad moments. I'll admit. We bump heads at times. But that's how marriage is. You always have to work on your marriage. Because it's a partnership, right? But I don't know what I would be without him, though. Hi, Pro. Because of my back pain issues and panic attacks. Sciatica. I had arthritis and degenerative disc too. And Pro, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. And the only reason why I stream is to share my experience, faith, and hope with others that they too can have a life without the drugs and alcohol and to manage their mental health better. I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And they know that. I'm very vigilant about telling people about my recovery. And no, I don't California sober either. For physical therapy, you need insurance. I had no insurance. I did have insurance when my husband was working, but we have no insurance. And plus, there's a whole big can of worms for that. So welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade, and I'll give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! He used to work for Nordam, a aviation company in Owasso. He worked there for 22 years. And yeah, enough said with that. So we did have insurance, but now it's a different ballgame. You know, and I'm trying to get Medicaid, Suitor Care, but there's an issue because I have no. It's just a big can of world. No, I don't. Do you work? Well, you're blessed then. You're blessed. God bless you. What do you do for a living? Be great, and you're grateful that you're employed. That's good, because a lot of these jobs, I don't know what you do, but you know, they're laying off people left and right in certain industries. So what do you? I work for a school district in a suburb of Chicago. What this? Oh, suburb. I was gonna say South Chicago. How is it there? Like right now? I had a friend that lived in Schaumsburg or Addison, Illinois. I haven't spoken to him in years and stuff, but yeah, I said Schaumsburg, right? Right? And Addison too. You do? Well, how about that? Small world, huh? That's a nice area, right? And he also lived in Addison and all that. So how long have you been living there? $4 years? My friend used to work at a machine shop. Restore's like, are you prepared if the grid goes down soon? Listen, nobody's gonna be fully prepared. You know, and it's really gonna be a dark day. No pun intended, but it's gonna be the darkest day in I think in the U.S. and the world. Hold on, guys. I have to do something real quick. I have to. Yeah. We lost power here. What? A few weeks ago, what? And we're like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? And all these preppers online and stuff, I feel like they fearmonger. I'm not gonna call out the channels because that's their thing. That's and all that. And a lot of it's just clickbait. But you don't know which is true or which is not, right? In the Bible, it says we're gonna be confused, right? Rumors of wars and all that, right? It will be bad if the grid goes down. Most today can't function without the electronics. Exactly. It's gonna be like in the pioneer days. You know? We live in such a precedent time right now. Because none of this happened back in the 50s and 60s. They were, about nuclear war or whatever. All right, even in the 80s. Stock up now on essentials just in case. Yeah, and if you have pets, if you have pets, get plenty of cat food or pet food. And I'm going to tell you this, pet food's getting more expensive now. And even if you have to feed your cats canned chicken or whatever, you know what I mean? Even where it's like my power went out last Wednesday, big storm tree came down on the wires coming to my house, big sparks, loud noise, good times. Let's hope and pray, guys, that it never happens. It doesn't happen. You know? We're living in a scary, wild world and stuff, and it's like what's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. Everything's so flippant, and exactly! Restore said this, like, it almost doesn't feel real what we're living through these days. And that's why the internet is making our minds mushy. Even before COVID hit. You see, these videos of people saying, people are different now. People are so much meaner now. They're less respectful. They care about themselves. All these influencers are dying off too. You notice that? I don't want to be called an influencer. I'm just me. I mean, you see it sometimes, Restored, where somebody says, oh, this is AI. You're AI. So I joke around with them saying, yeah, I'm an AI wrestler. I'm an AI wrestler. I'm an AI wrestler. I'm Bret Hart. Or what, you know what I mean? Even when that thing happened with Perez Hilton, when I was going through my panic attacks and stuff, I was talking to, her name was Kara. I told her about Perez Hilton, and she said she saw the actual videos. We are so desensitized to real life. Even if Megyn Kelly or whatever put, thank you. Thank you. It's my signature look. Let me give you a cyber hug for that compliment. Cyber love hug! Tis hairband! We love our hairbands! I didn't watch, the videos. But when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, I watched them. And it wasn't just once or twice. I saw maybe a handful of times. I wrote a song about Charlie Kirk. Because it affected me so much. And so everything's, you know, it's like people were watching that saying, is this real or what? And there after that there was a revival with people going back to church and all that. But now I think it's dipping down. It's just like 9/11. Everybody was like, you know, USA, USA, USA. We didn't, you know, say us against them, you know, liberals against, you know, Republicans or whatever, right? We were all for, you know, USA, US. We were American strong. And then 6 months after that, forget it. Hi, Healing. How are you, honey? Hold on. Cyber Love Hug. Cyber Love Hug. Oh, you know, you're not in trouble. Hi, beautiful. Sorry, I haven't done anything. Wait, hold on. I can't. Yeah. So, come on. So, Healing says this. Hello, beautiful. Sorry. But you. Why are you doing this? All right, there. Hello, beautiful. Sorry, I haven't done anything. We got back, and my middle daughter got T-bone flipped twice and told her Jeep. Oh, no! I'm so thankful she was wearing a seatbelt, just really bruised. Oh, my word. My prayers and thoughts go out to her and you. Wow. Is she staying with you right now? Oh, let me give you a Cyber Love Hug. And give her one too. Cyber Love Hug. God is good. Jeeps are a lot of fun, but they're dangerous. She lives one town over. So her boyfriend's taking care of her? Was he in the accident too? Was the driver drunk when he hit her? Or was he texting or driving? Texting and driving or whatever? I bet you she has nightmares over that. I hope she doesn't. But that's a traumatic event. The mechanic, I can take my van to hate Jeeps. He says they are one of the hardest to work on and stuff always breaking. Yeah, and they flip over easily too. I'd say he has the worst driver, so many accidents. Well, my state is the worst of them all. Actually, it's New York State, but Jersey is just as bad. But we call it defensive driving. husband that passed away 15 years ago we had our own trucking company and stuff, and he had to go to accidents where people died in the accident or where, you know, they had that blue tarp over. And yeah, sometimes you can't get that out of your mind. You know, the person who hit her was going 65 and 35. The estimate my daughter's speed was when she was hit at 15. She's lucky she didn't get worse than she did. Well, I pray for speedy recovery. You know, I'm going to pray. Hold on. Let's say a prayer for Healing Oracle's daughter and all that. If you want to join, if you're an atheist or an agnostic, just have positive vibes, okay? So, dear Lord, please protect and give comfort to Healing Oracle's daughter. May she have a speedy recovery. Make your presence be known in her life so she can get on with her life. And please strengthen Healing Oracle as she goes through the process with her daughter. Amen. Yeah. Like, you know, too, like all these drunks. You know, they all survived, most of them. That's what gets me, right? I'm not saying the guy who was drunk. I'm just, doctors said if she wasn't wearing her seatbelt, she would be dead. It literally folded her Jeep and was hanging sideways when they cut her seatbelt off. Yeah, don't Jeeps have like a lever where, you know, because they can flip easily or something like that? But like with these drunk drivers and stuff, I mean, back in my addiction, I was that way too. Yeah, but some Jeeps have this thing where if the Jeep tilts too much, it's like a lever, you know, where you put it on a piece of board to see if it's level or not. You know what I mean? So her Jeep's totaled, right? I used to drink and drive all the time. I'm so lucky I never hurt anyone or myself. Well, my nephew-in-law, this is years and years ago, my nephew-in-law, Jim's nephew, was drinking and driving. The backstory to the story is Jason and his father went to a strip club. And so his father was too drunk. So was he, right? So he drove and he killed a prominent doctor and only served 6 years. 6 years, and he's still doing stuff. So her 360 app on her phone detected a crash and actually called 911 for her. And that's something. And you know what sucks is they're not going to give her the full price either. I think insurance is a scam. So my nephew-in-law served six years, and he's still doing what he's doing. No, he doesn't drive. His wife does, but it's all buzz driving, if you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be self-righteous either. I'm not, because I've done it. I even smoked crack, while I was driving too. But they always survive, it seems like. The alcohol keeps them alive or something. I don't know. It's just strange. He has back issues also. And he smokes pot or whatever. The other woman's insurance company is giving $5,000 for a Jeep, which is Blue Book value, right? I've passed out at a red light a few times. And God was with you, restored. Yeah, they always go by the Kelly's Blue Book. But she can still sue the other woman, for medical damage and all that stuff. Emotional damage. We're just lucky. We're just blessed. We have a purpose. I should have been dead years ago, but oh yeah, but healing. We're trying to get another car. Even used cars are expensive now because of the inflation and the tariffs and all that crap. My husband's car is a Pontiac. First of all, they don't make Pontiacs anymore. It's a 2004 Neon, I think. I forget. And it has over 300,000 miles on it. And that's the car he took from here to Jersey 2 times and back. But even used cars are expensive. Now we're borrowing a car from his church family, Brother Mike's, but his car had no air conditioning or nothing. And believe me, yesterday when I was coming home from the ER, it was like, oh my word. And he only says, oh, it shocked me because, truthfully, when I bought it I only paid $2,500. Yeah, they say when it's off the lot, it depreciates just like that. Even a brand new smacking brand new car it depreciates. So that's, I don't know, that's... Did she have to pay you back? I've been looking for a pickup truck for a while. They want 15 to 20,000 for a truck 20 years old with 150 miles. Oh, Jeff, what's up? A car is the worst investment you can make. No, it's actually buying a house. Believe me. Hold on. Jeff, how are you? Cyber Love Hug. You need a car to get around, especially in our neck of the woods. And all that. I have a funny story for you. When I first moved here and Jim was working and whatever, I said, well, you know what? I want to go to local Walmart. So I looked it up and it said local taxi. So I called the company up and I said, well, I want to go from Cleveland to Sand Springs and stuff, right? And the girl says, Cleveland, Ohio? I'm like, and she wasn't from this area either. I said, no, Cleveland, Oklahoma. And you know what she said? She said, well, it's going to be 100 each way. I mean, 100 each way? What? I said, you got to be out of your mind. I'm not going to do that. $100 each way. And I said, I thought you were local. No, we're from Broken Arrow. It takes us an hour to get to Cleveland. I'm like, whatever, you know. My husband used to get good deals on cars because he worked for like Roxbury Auto Wreckers, you know, part-time, picking up trailers and cars and all that. Oh! I can smell it. Yeah. But you're not sharing it with us. You never own a house. That's right. You pay the house off, but you'll pay rent on it as long as you live here, but don't pay, and you won't keep it up. Our house is paid off. But Jim has a lot of work to do. that you know, and sometimes it just can't be done. I'm afraid he's gonna be like Tim the Toolman Taylor from Home Improvement, where he's gonna just blow us up to smithereens. You know how much our property taxes are? In Jersey, with my house, $14,000 a year. Here in Oklahoma, on our space of land, it's like 200. Big difference, you know. And Chris Christie was supposed to lower the property taxes. Yeah, what a bunch of bull that was. In fact, just by you saying that, I'm gonna light one up now. Everybody that knows me knows I smoke like a chimney anyway. So maybe you should take it easy with your comments. Yeah, and the thing is, restored when I moved here, uh, our property taxes was like 460. Now it depreciated or whatever to 200. More than that, restored. I'll admit. My house is paid off too. Sometimes it would be cheaper to rent when repairs come along. I paid $157,000 for property taxes in Kentucky and 15 in Arizona. Hi Brian, how are you? Welcome to the Queens Light Brigade. It's all about real estate. Morris County, New Jersey is prime real estate. Exactly, yeah. Cuz says in Ohio prices are crazy. You are? You are sales? I hope you finally get the recovery. I live in Canada and I pay $5,500 a year. No, only $157 in Kentucky, $15 for a half a 1.5 acres in Arizona. Yeah, it's all about real estate. And yeah, Restore, let me ask you this. If you win the lottery there, right, you don't have to pay taxes, right? I know a lot of poker players from Canada, and they would have to pay taxes on their winnings because they were from Canada. What, in Canada? Yeah, exactly. No, right. So all these players from Canada would go, say, to our casinos, right? And they didn't have to pay any taxes. I pay $14,000 a year for property tax out here in California. Crazy. That's why people can't afford to live here. Well, come to Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. It's crazy. Basically, what taxes are, the government steals from us. My cousin's, my husband's cousin, Aaron, was in a house that Jim's grandfather built. He wasn't paying taxes on it. Guess what happened? They foreclosed on it. I was a semi-poker pro. Yes, I was. I still love the game. I retired on top. I'm out of it. I still play online every once in a while, but not as much as I used to. Yeah, California was expensive when we vacationed there last year. Well, so was Vegas. Vegas, oh my God. Vegas. Vegas. It's only for the elite now. That used to be a popping spot back in 2004, especially during the World Series of Poker and all that. And everybody moved to that area of Las Vegas and Reno and all that. Now, the property taxes are skyrocketing, whatever. You know, the cheapest place to live in, and I saw this in an article somewhere, Oklahoma is the cheapest out of all the 50 states. Whiskers, I don't think you do. There's a saying, you don't want to meet your heroes because it's, you know. They need to hang up the mic. I'm surprised Vince didn't have another stroke while he's sitting on stage. My mom taught me a trick about Vegas. Deposit 10K in a casino bank and they will give you room. Yeah, with comps. Yeah. Yep. And only actually, you know, like leave your credit card at home and everything else. Only bring what you can afford. Like say $500 to $1,000 or whatever. And once that's gone or whatever, you just go. But gambling can be an addiction too. It affects your pleasure center and your brain, just like pot, alcohol, drugs. Well, you see a lot of degenerate gamblers on YouTube. You know. That's why I don't want to have, you know, my live stream on Kick, because it's actually backed by an online casino called Stake. And like I said, gambling's an addiction, and I don't want people coming on the live streams and then they look at all the other streams that are gambling on it, think, oh, let me try that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you lost all your money, right, Jeff? I don't think I had a gambling problem. I was good at what I did. But with the online, I used to, you know, go to the Showboat area casino, you know, Mohegan Sun, PAX in Pennsylvania, Mount Airy Lodge, or whatever. But these poker sites, they were allowing odds calculators or it's called Poker Tracker, where, you know, they know your moves and all that. And they weren't against it. You know why? Because all these online casinos, these poker rooms, were making money. They don't care. No, it's all a big scam. There's a documentary about UB Poker on YouTube. It's all a big scam. And I knew one of the girls that worked at UB, and she made another site with her husband called Face Up Poker. And it was innovative, actually, because you're actually, you know, showing your face and all that, and you would play a tournament or whatever. But Her name was Kristen Leinhaus. Leinhos. And big scam. Even like with Full Tilt Poker, Phil Ivey, Chris Ferguson, Jennifer Harmon. I'm friends with Jennifer Harmon and stuff like that. Annie Duke. Oh no, Annie Duke was on UB. But yeah, everything was a big scam. The biggest scam on the internet. That's why you don't play, online casinos. Even if it's, a live stream of dealers dealing your cards, don't do it. Hi, Kathy, how are you? Catherine, let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. I enjoy the game. I had a lot of fun. I met a lot of friends through that. But it really gave me a bad taste in my mouth to really see the seediness of, the poker world and all that stuff. That's what I tell people. Here in Oklahoma, online poker is illegal unless you got a VPN. But I was a top 5 player on a poker site. The most winningest player on the poker site. My mom has traveled all around the world on the same 10K. Of course, she pays airfare, but she always gets a free room and meals. Playing slots is for fun money. It really is. Even now, when they have the electronic poker tables, or like the virtual tables, like for blackjack or let it ride or whatever, don't play them. They're just sucker bets. Yeah, my life at one time was 24/7 poker. I bought a slot machine in Reno years ago. In 6 years, I've won 2 jackpots only, tables only. What kind is it? They even have a KISS a KISS slot machine. They have a Ray Charles slot machine. My favorite one is Pac-Man and the Wizard of Oz slot machines. But my mom bought a toy, like, a replica of a slot machine, and gave it to my grandmother for Christmas one year and stuff. But they have it where they do control it. You can even get a free cruise if they have you gambling. You deposit into their bank and they give you a cruise for free. When the cruise is over, transfer your money back to your bank. Yeah. I don't miss that world. I'll watch, poker videos now and then or whatever, but it's like whatever. I mean, I've moved on from that. You only play blackjack. A game called Down Under, where they show the bomb card. I never did that kind of blackjack. I've been in blackjack tournaments and also slat tournaments. They have. Yeah, I'm over it too. I might go once or twice a year and gamble. Hi, Razor, what's up? Have you ever been to the Players Casino, Jeff? You know where I'm talking about, the Players Casino? They have a lot of poker tournaments there. And actually, James Watts goes there a lot. What's up? Cyber Love. Love hug. Sounds like that chicken's dying. Yes, it was closed down for a while. I don't know what for. I have a feeling. Why? Yeah. Years ago, when I first moved here, in Sand Springs, they have Osage Casino. And so we were waiting to watch a movie in a theater. So I said to Jim, let's go to the casino. Now, he doesn't gamble. All right? But he said, all right, yeah, let's do this. So I didn't have any money on me, so I took out some money. And I was looking around. Talk about Spidey sense. I was looking around. I was looking for basically like Wizard of Oz or whatever. Well, they had a Pac-Man table. I mean, Pac-Man slot machine. I said, that's the one. I had it right. And the first time I pulled down the lever, guess what happened? I hit. And so I took out the card and I cashed it in. And Jim's like, I thought you were going to, keep playing. I said, no, we have a movie to watch. So, first time gambling on Pac-Man slot machine. First throwdown, right? And I hit. I just left. I want to go to Hard Rock Casino. Actually, his son used to work for the Hard Rock Casino in Tulsa. Now he doesn't and stuff because, he has bad arthritis or whatever. But my grandmother used to go with the Senior Citizens Club every Thursday to go to Atlantic City. Yeah. But people don't do that. And when I was in rehab, they had a gambling education class. And they said they made a coin, like say a quarter. And he marked out like how much the casino gets. And after they get that mark, that's when you hit. You see? But everybody just chases it, you know, just like that high. And I just said, no, I'm leaving. You know, of course I would love to, you know, 4-round war and stuff. But I was like, yeah, hey, Jersey Girl first hit on a Pac-Man slot machine, I'm good. You know. But these degenerate gamblers on YouTube too, you know, it's like it's a pool. I think they do it like as a pool. Like if you put so much in, they'll if they win big, you get a percentage. It's all a scam and stuff. My mom's boyfriend wants $87,000. Called his wife to pick him up. By the time she got there, it was lost it all. People get excited if they hit 700, but don't realize they spent 1K. That's right. That's why they think they won. He's a huge bettor. Yeah. And there's a reason why they have no clocks. They actually pump in pure oxygen. That's why they have free drinks at casinos. Just to keep you locked in. You know? I used to play scratch-offs. I don't even play scratch-offs anymore. You know? I think when you're like 20-something, maybe 30, 40, you know, you go to these casinos, you want to have a good time, all right? But, yeah, free buffets, right? Yep. But a lot of senior citizens and stuff, like, say, my grandmother, say their spouse dies after 50 years of marriage or whatever. And here they go to Atlantic City, or maybe they go online to, you know, to play the slots, you know, because they're depressed. I saw a lot of my friends go through divorce, you know, go bankrupt or what, you know, and I'm like, that's not going to be me. I always had a bankroll and then my bank account and stuff. And but when you ask somebody that say went to Atlantic City or Las Vegas, right? And they say, well, how well did you do? Did you win anything? And they say, well, yeah, I broke even. That means they lost. You know what I mean? 15 years ago, I won $75,000 in 1 year, bang on football. I thought I was God. Next year, I almost lost my house. The worst thing is to win big. Back in Jersey, they were trying to push for sports betting, and they didn't do it. And now they have sports betting, and you know, it's not working out. You know, and all these poker pros, like Doyle Brunson, he was like the grandfather of poker. All right. Or say Mike Massow or Phil Ivey and you see them at a casino, they're doing it on their dime. On the casino's dime. They're contracted to play poker to draw people in. Now, a lot of people don't know that. Just like on Kick when they're, you know, doing these degenerate gambler, slasher, whatever, they're being paid by the casino, the stake. They're not playing with their own money. Why do you think Kick was started up? Because Twitch didn't want gambling, real life gambling. So this guy, I forget his name, it's basically a cookie cut site, just like Twitch, and they're doing the gambling. We live in a day and age now. If they remove sports betting, probably anyone would watch sports. I don't watch sports anymore. I don't even watch NASCAR anymore. Even Tony Stewart, Smoke, said, yeah, NASCAR's woke. They ruined NASCAR. You know, I used to play baseball when I was a kid. You know, that was my game. And then I played soccer, basketball, whatever, right? And so now I don't even watch sports. That, you know. I had a major problem betting on football. It just got out of control. I would bet tons of money and almost give a heart attack watching the games. Hold on, You're from India. Hi, Fresh. Namaste to you. I appreciate you being here. Anyway, but I don't think you are. Because you wouldn't be on here. So, if you're just here trolling and yeah. So Jeff says, I thought I knew everything about football. I realize now I know nothing. Well, look what happened with Pete Rose in that betting scandal, right? You don't know what's fixed. Now they're saying about NASCAR. Tony Stewart, Smoke, he knows. He knows the ins and outs of NASCAR, right? And he said when Dale Earnhardt was racing, Bill France said to Dale Earnhardt, this is allegedly, by the way, that he wants so-and-so to win the championship. So you don't know what's fixed or not. No, restored. Don't ask that. Because if people are in early recovery and stuff, I don't want them to get triggered and all that. I know we talk about alcohol or whatever at times, but I just don't want people in early recovery or even in real recovery to relapse. Nope. The big gasket is always on top. Well, guys, it doesn't matter the sport, yeah. That's right, Evil. That's right. Restored. It's root beer. It's always good, especially with a scoop of ice cream on top. Am I feeling better? Thanks for asking, by the way. No, it's all right, Restore. Don't, I'm just looking out for everybody else. I could answer that. I don't really care. It was quarters of the way, by the way, but I'm getting there. Before I was on this live stream, I was like this. My anxiety was up, like really bad. Now it's subsided a little bit. It's still there. My back pain, it's still there, but it's at a terrible level. And don't drink, wait, hold on. For those that are in recovery, do not drink near beer. I'll tell you why. Near beer is like Sparks or O'Doul's or whatever. Do not drink near beer because it actually does have 0.005% alcohol in it. And plus, it will lead you back to the drink. Good night. I love you.
Okay, you got the battery in it.
Yeah, so my anxiety, it's still there. And it sucks. Because I'll go in waves like that where my anxiety, every day, it's like a never-ending panic attack. Good night, Jim!
Yes.
Rick says good night, Jim.
All right, good night, Rick.
Good night, Rick. Just like, if you want a bag of smokes or whatever, don't go to a liquor store, go to a convenience store. And a bar, it made for? What's it built for? For people to get drunk and drink. People, places, and things. Oh my God. Well, there was a, you know what happened to me the other night? There was a big spider like that big, and he went across my leg, and I smashed it. Try calling it. Healing. Say, here, Wolfie, 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 Wolfie. I got some fresh flies for you. Here, Wolfie, Wolfie, Wolfie. I got some fresh flies for you. NW is not as good as it used to be. I like Barks. You know why? Barks has bite. You know why? Because it has caffeine in it. My grandfather used to love sarsaparilla. Well, I hope you get them, Healing. Maybe do your tarot cards on him. Say, hey, Wolfie, I'm going to do a tarot card reading for you. All right? There has to be a reason you are not going through that, either spiritual or health related. Oh, it is health related, yeah. I think it's spiritual too. Because I think when, you know, Perez Helen, that incident, and then there's Ariana Grande, and then there's this other singer, which is all bloodied up, all right? And then when Hayden Pantier, that news, I think it just broke me. You know? Well, I'm still going to that stupid meeting. We had a huge argument. I wanted to walk out, but my brother said to me, are you going to walk away like you always do? So I stayed and dealt with it. It's okay to feel uncomfortable. Because that means, you know, it's hitting you. Yeah, really good. See, you are changing, right? Step by step. And you know what? Let me give you a cyber love hug for that. Cyber love hug! Just trust the process, Jeff. You know? Everybody does. Everybody does. But you're growing from it, Jeff. You're becoming a better man. You're becoming a better person. You're becoming more empathetic and maybe sympathetic too. You know? The truth hurts. I'd rather be told the truth than for somebody to say what I want to hear. Because for people that want to talk about what I want to hear, it's not helping me. You know what I mean? And people are afraid to handle the truth. especially what's going on in this world. That's right. If it hurts, there's the truth. Yep. I'm proud of you, Jeff. I really am. You're growing. You know? And sometimes, like with me, when I go through my panic attacks, I'm calling like the crisis line or whatever. They're like, "Well, have you done your breathing exercises?" Yeah. Well, have you done this? Have you done? I'm like, yeah. You know, and it's like, I have all these tools for my anxiety and panic attacks and whatever. And I know it's probably just a panic attack, but it's hard just to go with the flow. I'm doing this because my niece and nephew told me, please come around, we love you. Yeah, but you should be doing it for yourself, too. That damn spider has me spooked out, freaked out. Do a tarot card reading. Healing. Say, hey, Wolfie, I got a tarot card reading for you. Jim's terrified of spiders. I'm really not. My niece-in-law, her mother-in-law or aunt got bitten by a spider here, and they had amputated her legs or whatever, and she died from it. I shouldn't even say that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak you out even more. Dumb. Even with doctors, you know. Some way, somehow, I have to get over the feeling that everybody is out to get me. Take it one step at a time. Yeah, guys, check out Healing Oracle's channel. She does tarot card readings for fun. She didn't mind. Well, no, she didn't really do mine, but I saw her do one and stuff, and it hit home with a lot of things. Anxiety is a liar. What time is best for you? Oh, jeez. I don't even know, because my schedule is all screwed up, and I don't want to say, shoot. I can't say it. I don't know. It would, what, 8? See, I can't commit to that. I don't even know. Because when I'm feeling like this, it's really hard to, get on a schedule. And schedules are good for mental health and people that are recovering from addiction. If you're on a schedule that's not so, that's good too. I'm still going to send my number so we can talk in person. Yeah! That'd be great. I think we have a lot in common. Do a tarot card reading for Wolfie. Wolfie the spider. I still want to do a game night with our community and all that. You know, where? Where you see her at? No, I'm just an AI wrestler. AI wrestler. AI wrestler. AI wrestler. AI Greg the Hammer Hart. Wrestler. No, I'm just AI. How are you doing, O-League? Oracle wolf spiders won't hurt you. I think they did, you know, people when they, you know, see spiders, it's very creepy with 8 legs, you know. I told you the time where my band and we were all hanging out, getting high, whatever, and my friend had 2 tarantulas in a glass case, and that was a weird feeling, especially when you're high and stuff. Queen, let me ask you a question before you became clean. Did you trust people? Did you ever have hate in you? Hell, I couldn't even trust myself. I didn't even know what I was doing from one minute to the next. You know? Yeah, I couldn't trust people. I'm talking about with the alcohol too. Because I would tell my husband that passed away, 15 years ago, whatever, to drop dead, and all of a sudden, oh my, he's dead, you know, and I regret that. But I didn't take him too seriously about certain things. Like, you know, with my son, Sean. I didn't trust family, you know. That's how the disease is. Alcoholism and addiction wants you dead. It wants you all to itself. It alienates you from everybody. And believe me, there's plenty of times where I said to my husband and stuff, get the hell out of my house. I did have a lot of hate. Like the world owed me something. I had a chip on my shoulder. You know, but when I was in recovery, I owned up to all my mistakes and all that. But it took time. Even like with relationships, like this marriage really is my first relationship sober. Menace. Sorry if I'm jumping up. What's your thoughts on it, Ozzy Osbourne? First of all, they shouldn't make him into an avatar. But that's Sharon's doing. And I think it really, you know, when celebrities do that, it really screws up the grieving process. You know? I had a band, Vicious Bite, and I actually opened up for him. And he would be sneaking Coke or whiskey or whatever, and all that. and he was a mess. And they had two straight jackets in case he gets. He had a great sense of humor, but he was a bumbling idiot. And sometimes he was a buzzkill. But with Lenny, he was the real deal. He loved my. Alright? He was a gentleman, real deal, and he used to joke around and talk about history a lot. And he demanded men not to talk a certain way around women. But there's not going to be anybody like Ozzy. No, really? No, I don't know. I don't think that. Yeah, Jeff, it all comes down to you. I told you shouldn't go to counseling to fix other people. You're there to fix yourself. You're not going to change anybody else except for you. You know what I mean? You have to want to do it for yourself. I think that's just a rumor. No, Sharon, listen. Sharon? It's not going to happen. Because her true love was Ozzy. And I don't think she would ever marry somebody else, especially Youngblood. I don't know, they have been everywhere together and she sported a new ring. Oh, that doesn't. Yeah, no. It was probably from Ozzy's finger. Trust me, she's not going to marry Youngblood. Because, first of all, Jack and Kelly wouldn't put up with it. Ozzy put Youngblood under his wing. But I seriously doubt. Oh, yeah, I know that. My mother was never alone in her whole entire life. That's why she was afraid of Sean leaving the house for out on his own. She called me a smart ass cunt. I hated her. She's a real. But, yeah, I think she's grounded to where she's not gonna do stupid things like that. you know. But when it comes to that avatar hologram of Ozzy, I really have a big problem with that. And a lot of other people do too. They did it with Ronnie James Dio. Okay, I'm surprised his wife actually did that. They did a tribute to him. What with the MTV Music Video Awards, and it's all about him. It wasn't really about Ozzy. You know, he's trying to make metal make a comeback or whatever he does. I don't, you know. But all these holograms too. Like they have a company now that are trying to make holograms of your dead relatives, and when you walk up to the tombstone, you can actually talk to the hologram. I wouldn't want that. You know, it's only what you feed the hologram to, and all that crap. I saw a video, all right, a couple years ago, where this Japanese couple lost their daughter to cancer. They put on the virtual headset, you know, goggles, right? And she's in the same space as her dead daughter. Her daughter saying, "I miss you, mommy. Play with me, mommy," and all that stuff. Believe me, Ozzy is worth more than he was now or back then. Just like Michael Jackson or Tom Petty. Okay? Look what happened to their record sales. Whitney Houston. They did a hologram show with Whitney Houston. I can't see your profile pic. I don't even know who Uncle Ruckus is. Sorry. How are you, utility? Let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! So like this Japanese couple lost their daughter to cancer. They put the headset on her, and it screws up your grieving process even more. What is this AI music? I love it, especially Broken Rust. Is a band or a computer? It's all AI. I made it. All right, I made a few songs with AI. I made a song about Charlie Kirk. I wrote the lyrics. And the AI on Suno made the melody. I'm proud of that song with Charlie Kirk. I use Suno a lot. Artificial intelligence. It's becoming more demonic. and all that. Sam Altman wants AI to be a god or its own religion. And in the Bible, they talk about false gods or false ideology. They're all killed. Prince, too, they wouldn't renew their contracts. MJ's last tour was insured for like $100 million. He was, we're dead. Yeah. And Conrad Murray, the doctor, got what? In prison for 4 years? And now, from what I understand, he still runs a health clinic or whatever. I think in Texas or whatever. So I don't know if that's true or not, but look at Elvis. And that Priscilla Presley, there's something deranged about her. I have listened to him. And if you guys are on Suno, they're changing their terms of service. And you better download all your music, because if you have the free plan, they will only give you seven songs you can make. All right, with that whole plan for a lifetime, 7. And then when you go up to say the $20 mark, $29 mark, they'll let you have more perks or whatever. And then when you get up to the premium, so I had to download all my songs on my computer. I don't even think I can do that. I don't have a CD burner. But all these AI sites are really, scamish, I'll say. You know why? Because if you don't pay your subscription to it, they'll terrorize you, saying, "Oh, your payment was declined," or whatever, and they'll push you, and that causes a lot of anxiety too. They'll say, "Oh, you're gonna lose all your videos on, say, Open our AI or whatever." You know what I mean? And believe me, you can ask Jim. I had projects on OpenAR AI, and I didn't pay for my subscription for a couple months or whatever, and they actually deleted all my videos I was working on. And I was like, yep, whatever. And I put a lot of work into those videos. Everything's AI now. Everything. You can't even talk to a human on the phone. When you're finding out about a charge on a bill, you're always talking to AI now. They have conversational AIs now. Who knows? Maybe you're really talking to AI, not me. You know what I mean? But anyway, guys, It's been a good live stream. I truly appreciate each and every one of you that showed up. God bless you all. And let me give you guys a cyber group hug. If I can, cyber group love hug. I love you all. You guys are creating a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to diminish all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. You should be proud of yourselves. All these celebrity stars. Well, look what happened. Yeah, with the Carter family. What? Two. Nick Carter's sister died too. I'm not really here. These poses are figments of your imagination, and I'm not gonna be really here either. But thank you, Rick, for modding me again. I love you. Wait, hold on. Special love hug for Rick. Cyber love hug. So, thank you for. I'm AI, okay? I'm just AI. So, with that, guys, I love you all. Please, let's put the word human back into humanity and back into the world. You know, let's fight against the darkness. You know, do some random acts of kindness, like opening up a door for somebody, smiling, say you have a nice smile, complimenting them. Maybe go over to your neighbor's house and ask them if they need anything from the store, or maybe do their lawn, or maybe just take a hike with them. I'm far from human. Yeah, humanity. Let's put human back in the world. You know, human beings are much better than AI. You too, Jeff. Let me give you guys a whole cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. Good night, guys. Until next time, I love you. Be a decent human. And I'm proud of you guys. I really am. Much love. God bless.